stage. Once again, a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, speakers, innovators, and participants. Let day 2 of Umagine be even more insightful, inspiring, and impactful. Imagine தகவல் தொழில்நுட்ப உச்சி மாநாட்டிற்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய உங்கள் அனைவரையும் மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை வருக வருக என அன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம். And now we are moving for the session. I would like to introduce our first speaker today, Dr. Gopalakrishnan Balasubramaniam, who is going to talk about on quantum computing. Dr. Gopalakrishnan Balasubramaniam is the co-founder and CEO of ExceedQ GmbH, driven by a vision to make quantum computing affordable and accessible for next-generation problem solvers and innovators. He has built a world-class technical and business team whose agility enabled ExceedQ to launch the first-to-market 4+ qubit mobile quantum processor. With over 16 years of expertise in diamond spin-based quantum system, Dr. Balasubramanian has held research leadership roles at the University of Stuttgart, Max Planck Institute, and Helmholtz Institute Dresden, making pioneering contributions to quantum sensing. Let's welcome Dr. Gopalakrishnan Balasubramaniam onto the stage to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the kind introduction and the invitation to present and showcase a demonstration of quantum computing to you this morning. So let me begin with why we need to care about quantum computing. Why do we keep hearing the word? As many of you keep hearing the word quantum computing, quantum sensing, quantum communication, we need to really care about why it matters, like why all of a sudden. Well, the current technology has really pushed our computational abilities towards boundaries that even the current most powerful GPUs are not able to handle the data what we want to deliver or get, process. So we need to have some alternative ways of computation, and this is where quantum really could help us. So why it really matters? Let's take a simple combinatorially large problems that you have some parameters like 10 to choose from. So let's take a very simple example that you want to order a pizza, maybe 10 pizza, and then there are 20 toppings. So the combination of the variety of pizzas what you can make is about 1 million pizzas just with 20 toppings. Now imagine that you go to 30, it's going to be exponentially large, so you can't really optimize what pizzas to order, how much is going to cost, and whether the guests will like. So for a very simple problem, like even selecting a pizza, it could become combinatorially very large. Now let's go to another problem called multi-parameter optimization. Well, we want to select to buy a laptop or a mobile phone. We know that with the higher speed, the cost goes up, then probably the weight, the battery. So if you want to optimize for your budget, the speed, the weight, the longevity for a laptop or a mobile phone, it's again a multi-parameter problem that you have to make some compromises. So when you depend on a digital computer to search the space, it goes exponentially larger. Sometimes you need to just take your gut feeling and go for what you find is most suitable. But however, when you want to scale up and not compromise on the speed or the robustness, you have to go to another kind of computing modality. It's called quantum computing. So let's take what is the difference between a classical computer and a quantum computer. Classical computer problem solving is like a mouse trying to find its way out of a maze. The mouse is going to take a path, going to find a dead end, retrace, memorize the path, keep on doing that some time, and then it eventually comes out of the maze, right? So when the mouse comes out of the maze, we don't know whether that's the one way out. Maybe there are 3-4 ways that it didn't really find this one. This is what happens when we use a classical digital computer to solve our combinatorial or optimization problem. We find a solution, but is that the best solution? Nobody knows. However, when we use a quantum computer, that's like an eagle trying to solve the problem of a maze. It takes an eagle's eye view. It knows all the exits at once. So with the power of the eagle, if we are able to solve our combinatorial optimization problem, that will be the right solution. So how does quantum computers able to do this? Because they exploit the laws of physics, laws of quantum physics. And that's where the source of its quantum power comes in. So there are three main laws of physics, which I'm not going to brief today, but please come down to our stall downstairs. We'll be happy to talk. So three principles are quantum tunneling, quantum superposition, and quantum entanglement. Quantum tunneling means if you can't confine the quantum entity in a rigid boundary, there's always a probability to find it out of that, or every input variable is probabilistic. Quantum superposition means like multitude of input states can exist simultaneously. So when you are in a truly confused input, then you can directly give this to the quantum system. Quantum entanglement means many parameters you can connect together, so the one will automatically affect the other, and this is why you can get an exponential speed up using quantum physics. Now, where does this really come into computation, right? So we take a problem, what we find in everyday life, we project it onto a quantum system, a quantum entity which follows the laws of quantum physics, and we see how it evolves, how it behaves, how it interacts, and we read it out from the quantum system. So in a sense that we project our problem, we see how it behaves, and we read it out, it means the nature is actually doing computation for us for free. So this is a fundamentally different way of problem solving. And the solutions, what you get is most optimal solution in a very complex, varied problem, complex nature problem. So if you go and search for a Google search of a quantum computer, you would see all these kind of structures, right? Like this chandelier kind of things, very bulky. They have to cool down these objects for exhibiting its quantumness, and because of that, they need massive power and infrastructure. But on the other hand, from ExceedQ, our computers are as small as this, what you see here. This is our world's first mobile quantum computer. We were transporting in a tram in Germany to our customer site. We are able to make it so small, so robust, and operational at room temperature because unlike other superconducting-based devices, we work with natural qubits. Natural qubits are natural quantum computing elements. In our case, we work with diamonds, precisely electrons trapped in diamond. Because of this, the technology is very robust, very small. As you see that, it could actually fit under your desk. And this can really offer the democratization what we hope to achieve. When a technology has to be very much accessible without fear of breaking it down, right? So because of that, our computers are so robust that we would be able to democratize quantum computing, which is the only way to jumpstart innovation. Taking this cue, we have actually signed a MOU today with ITNT to bring free remote access to our quantum computer in Germany to interested college and universities and startup, and this is just managed by ITNT. So please contact ITNT if you want to have a time in a real quantum computer from our company in Germany. After this pilot project, in 4 months, we want to bring an actual quantum computer, a mobile room temperature operable quantum computer here to Tamil Nadu, and to give you an opportunity to use and to hands-on experiment with this computer. So this is the state's initiative in jump-starting a quantum innovation here, which is one of the first in India. With that, I would like to proceed to demonstrating our quantum computer live here. First time we are doing, across continents, and we are very happy that we are able to do a live demo for you with our computers. So I'm going to run through several sections, but it should be very interesting. So what you are right now seeing here is the interface to our quantum computer. This is our quantum computer in our research lab in Ulm in south of Germany, and this is the screen of this computer. And all these bright dots, what you see here, are so-called electron nitrogen vacancy defects in diamond. These are bright spots or single nitrogen atom, and there are 3 carbon atoms nearby, and this is what is our quantum processor. So we use light to read this state of these electrons and nuclear spin. So this is one quantum processor, this is another. So in this chip, there are many quantum processors, but we characterize and select the one which is useful for quantum computation. So the one in the circle is what we have chosen now. So now with this, we are going to run a set of calibration on our quantum computer, because the first thing is to really see that we are, we are able to perform operations, what we need, and so on. So now it started performing, and you would see that the progress bar is going to fill up in green. So as you see here, it's a live data being recorded from one single electron, which is held at room temperature in the small box-like device, what you saw here. So when you approach ITNT, that you would be getting access to all of this, or most of it, let's say. So it's about 10%, 17% done, and you see this kind of a dip coming here in the right side of the screen. That is the frequency with which we manipulate the electron, a single electron at room temperature. So, in a quantum computer, we make circuits defined by software pulses. So we define certain frequencies and amplitudes, and you create the gates in your algorithm. And this is how you process a quantum computer circuit. I'll come to that a bit later. So now almost 95% of our calibration is done, and this is going to fit a curve. As you see, it's expected at like 1.84 gigahertz, and then this is doing another calibration, which is a coherent control of a qubit. So you had to make sure that you are able to apply and rotate the spin in a very precise angle and amplitude so that you can construct sets of gates using them to solve your problem, basically. So this is being done currently. As you see, it's happening live, and this is one of the signals. You have to get some kind of an oscillatory signal, and let's see what happens. Yes, so you see this nice oscillation here, which means you are able to rotate one electron spin from up to down to up, and then some of these midpoints are where this is a superposition state, a mixture of 0 and 1, and every state in continuum. So using this is how we calibrate and start this experiment. And now I'm going to show you how we would get access to some of, one of our, what you would be getting here in, so after the calibration, let's run some circuits. I mean, circuits are the way to construct an algorithm in a quantum computer. And here, if you contact ITNT, they would be providing you API keys so that you would be able to run something like this. So these are the circuits. I'm making 2 quantum operations on 2 of these qubits, and then we compile that to our native gate set, or some kind of a compilation. And then I'm going to prepare the quantum circuits in one state and make an operation and read it out. And then let's try to run that in Python here in the Jupyter notebook. It's just running, and probably take a couple of minutes because it's contacting the computer and then running the set of operations, and then it's going to show the results. So like a normal, in a circuit board, how you solder components and make an oscillator or an amplifier, you make these software circuits made of quantum, like making some gates, and then you combine them together, and then you give your data, and this could be processed, for any purpose, like searching some number or so. So this is a very simple circuit which I'm showing today, so you can see how to get a feel that unlike a regular computer, yes, you use Python to program type some lines and codes, but the actual computation algorithm happens in this form of circuit. So that's where you can be very creative, understand combinations, and really make things are progressing. And now after this, I'm going to actually show you a bit of a use case, but maybe in the moment we will see the results should be coming. Yeah, it's taking a few, it's okay? Okay. Up and the right. Oh, next to Python 3, okay. Okay. Oh, 2 minutes, okay, so it's another 10 seconds or so. Yeah. Then let's see. Kernel is busy, yeah. Okay, a bit over 2 minutes it takes. More seconds, okay, all right. Yes, it's still running. Of course, the more you average, the better is your quality of the results, and so on. So let's see. All right, it's finished. Now this is the result what you get here. So we prepare in 0, 0 state and make 2 NOT operations, and we should end up in 1, 1. That's what we are getting, with the confidence of about 95.3%, which is quite good what you will expect from this for this input. So this is to give you a flavor that in a quantum computer, you create circuits and you run and you see what is the end results. So this is how the output of a quantum computer will look like. Now with this one, we could actually go to another simple demonstration. So I'm going to actually demonstrate to you how to run a simple algorithm called a Grover search algorithm. Now, one of the power of the quantum computer really comes from searching vast data when the data is really unsorted. The data is completely placed random. Let's say take a telephone book. You want to find my name, Gopi, that you would just go and look in GOPI. You will find my name and my number. But if the telephone book is unsorted, you have to look through every one of the combination until you find my name, right? But a quantum is not like that. The quantum is going to look at all the pages at once, and then it's going to pinpoint. So this we will demonstrate. Now, we are running a 4-qubit quantum computer, so it's not fair to compare that with another powerful classical digital computer. So we are comparing that with a 4-bit digital computer. Well, we simulate a 4-bit digital computer. A 4-bit digital computer can count from 1 to 16, order the numbers from 1 to 16, or find some number. So what we have done is we are just doing here a password retrieval search. So we type in a password like Umagine XEQ26, and then I'm going to shift enter, and then I'm generating a password list, and then I'm going to run the so-called race, which is a digital computer versus a quantum computer search. So the digital computer tries to go one after the other in the list, and then after 9 attempts or so it found. But a quantum computer looks all this time simultaneously, and in 3 iterations, it found the right match, Umagine XEQ2026. Now, the outcome of these digital computer is really probabilistic, stochastic. So let's try another password this time, and then I will generate a list, and then I would generate a password list, and then I will run the race again. So let's see. In this case, see, it found in the 3rd attempt in the list, and in the quantum also, it's almost 3. So now, just to show that it's only a by chance, let's go to something like 2027, and then we run a list, generate a password, and then we run a trace, run the race. So let's see where it is here, and then now this is in the 5th position now, but the quantum computing always found in 3 iterations, roughly. So if we check for another password just to have a completion, 2026, and then enter, and then we run the race, we would see here that the serial searching is finding in 4 or something, but here it's most 3. So, and then we can try again, and then we can
அதுக்கப்புறம் என்னோட பேஷன் என்னன்னா I run a organization called Kanavu Tamil Nadu, Dream Tamil Nadu. This is not just come up with ideas to take Tamil Nadu to the next level, but also execute those ideas. So அங்கிருந்து நம்ம என்னோட செஷனுக்கு போயிடலாம். நம்ம என்ன பார்க்க போறோம்னா தமிழ்நாடு வந்து இந்த டாபிக் இன்னைக்கு என்ன எடுத்துருக்குன்னா ஆண்டர்பிரினோரியல் எக்கானமியா எப்படி மாத்துறது அப்படிங்கிறது தான். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி தமிழ்நாடோட ஹிஸ்டரி கொஞ்சம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டா நல்லா இருக்கும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எக்கானமின்னு நம்ம பேச போறோம். அதனால தமிழ்நாடு இல்லை ஜென்ரலாகவே எக்கானமினா நாலு விதமான எக்கானமி இருக்கும். ஒன்று நேச்சுரல் ரிசோர்ஸ் பேஸ்ட் எக்கானமி, அதாவது இயற்கை வளங்கள் அதை ஒட்டின ஒரு பொருளாதாரம். ரெண்டாவது அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் பேஸ்ட் எக்கானமி. இந்த அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் பேஸ்ட் எக்கானமி கூட பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட இயற்கை வளங்களை ஒட்டினது தான். ஏன்னா உங்களுக்கு நிலம் வேணும், தண்ணி வேணும், காற்று வேணும், இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் இருக்கிறது எல்லாமே கூட இட்ஸ் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் அன் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் டு த நேச்சுரல் ரிசோர்ஸ் பேஸ்ட் எக்கானமி. திஸ் த செகண்ட் டைப் ஆஃப் எக்கானமி. தேர்ட் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் எக்கானமி. இது இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் எக்கானமி தான் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைமா ஒரு வளம் ஒரு இடத்துல ஒரு ஃபேக்டரி போட்டு கொஞ்சமாக ரா மெட்டீரியல் போட்டிங்கன்னா நிறைய ப்ராடக்டை ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். தட் இஸ் த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் ஹியூமன் பீயிங்ஸ் இன்வென்டட் ஸ்கேல். ஸ்கேல்னா என்ன அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா கொஞ்சமான இன்புட் பட் நிறைய அவுட்புட். தட்ஸ் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் லைக் அ ஸ்கேல். ஸோ இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் எக்கானமி டாக்ஸ் அபவுட் ஸ்கேல். அண்ட் தென் த ஃபோர்த் திங் இஸ் நாலேஜ் எக்கானமி. இது வந்து கம்ப்ளீட்டா இன்புட்டே கிடையாது, வெறும் மனித அறிவு, இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ், நம்மளுடைய நாலேஜை யூஸ் பண்ணி வி ப்ரொடியூஸ் சம்திங். ஸோ இதுதான் வந்து அனதர் exponential transformation human beings have found, right? So natural resource based economy, agriculture economy, industrial economy, அப்புறம் knowledge economy. இப்போ நம்ம இருக்கிறது knowledge economyல இருக்கோம். இது ஏன் சொல்ல வரேன்னா தமிழ்நாடு பத்தி நம்ம பேசுறதுனால யாருக்காவது தெரியுமான்னு தெரியல, 1950கள் when Tamil Nadu got independence or India got independence, ஒரு 20-25 ஸ்டேட் இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ அதுல எது ரொம்ப ரிச்சஸ்ட் ஸ்டேட் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா எல்லாரும் நினைப்பாங்க தமிழ்நாடு அப்பல இருந்தே ரிச் ஸ்டேட்டா இருந்திருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு, ஒரு பணக்கார மாநிலமா இருந்திருக்கும்னு. பட் ஆக்சுவலா அதுதான் இல்லை. 1950ல தமிழ்நாடு வந்து கடைசியிலிருந்து 2வது பொசிஷன்ல இருந்தது. ஆனா யூ ஃபாஸ்ட் ஃபார்வர்ட் டுடே இன் 2025 தமிழ்நாடு டாப்ல இருந்து 2வது இடத்துல இருக்கு. ஸோ ஃப்ரம் பாட்டம், second position from the bottom to the top position, there's a huge transformation. Yes, this is a clapping session, so you can actually clap. So now how is this possible, right? அதே சமயத்தில் அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்மளுடைய பாவர்ட்டி ரேட், இந்த இந்தியா மேப் எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும், தமிழ்நாடு தான் டார்க் ரெட் கலர்ல இருக்கு. அங்க இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு ஸ்லைடு தெரியுதா? ஓகே. இந்த மேப்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா அந்த மொத்த இந்தியாவே ஒரு மாதிரி எல்லோவும் ரெட்டும் தான் இருக்கு. பட் அதுல தமிழ்நாடு தான் இருக்கிறதுலே டார்க் ரெட். 70% பாப்புலேஷன் இஸ் இன் பாவர்ட்டி. எப்போ? 1950ஸ்ல. ஜஸ்ட் ஃபாஸ்ட் ஃபார்வர்ட் டு 2020s, தமிழ்நாடு became the state which is dark green, from dark red to dark green. That's a huge transformation again, right? Our poverty rate is the lowest in the country for this. See, Kerala நம்மளோட கொஞ்சம் கம்மியா இருக்காங்க, பட் ஆனா அது ஸ்மால் ஸ்டேட். I'll get some water. அது வந்து ஒரு ஸ்மால் ஸ்டேட். ஒரு பெரிய ஸ்டேட்ல லோவஸ்ட் பாவர்ட்டி ரேட் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரே ஸ்டேட் தமிழ்நாடு தான். So how did Tamil Nadu make this transformation? தமிழ்நாடு என்ன பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, மற்ற ஸ்டேட்லாம் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரையும் இயற்கை வளங்களையும் பேஸ் பண்ணி இருக்கிற காலகட்டத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய காலகட்டத்தில் தமிழ்நாடு மேக்ஸ் a huge shift to industrial economy and knowledge economy. ஏன் எப்படி பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, இதுக்கு முழுக்க நம்மளுடைய லீடர்ஸ் தான் நம்ம கிரெடிட் பண்ணணும். நிறைய டைம் வந்து நம்மளுடைய அச்சீவ்மெண்ட்டுக்கு பின்னாடி நம்ம லீடர்ஸ் இருக்கிறதே நமக்கு தெரியறது இல்லை. உதாரணத்துக்கு நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய லீடர்ஸ் எப்படி பண்ணாங்கன்னா, they redefined what is capital. The old concept of capital is all the things that you are seeing on the left. They basically thought தமிழ்நாட்டில் இதெல்லாம் இயற்கை வளங்கள்லாம் ரொம்ப இல்லை, நமக்கு அக்ரிகல்ச்சரையும் நம்ப முடியாது, ஏன்னா நம்மள்ட்ட இருக்கிறதே ஒரே ஒரு காவிரி ஆறு தான், அதுலேயும் நம்ம அடிக்கடி சண்டை போட்டுக்கிறோம். They basically thought நம்மள்ட்ட இருக்கிற இயற்கை வளம், மனித வளம், ஹியூமன் கேபிட்டல், அதை வந்து நம்ம ரீடிஃபைன் பண்ணலாம், அதுதான் நம்மளுடைய ஃபியூச்சர் அப்படின்னு டிசைட் பண்ணி they start investing in the new economy which is the new capital. So இந்த transformation எப்படி நடந்ததுன்னா, 1960sல only 20% of Tamils are educated, 80% are uneducated. In 2025 91% is educated, only 9% is uneducated. That's a huge transformation. இதை விட ரொம்ப முக்கியமான விஷயம் என்னன்னா, தமிழ்நாடு is the only state that extraordinarily focuses on women development. அதனுடைய ரிசல்ட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இங்க தெரியும். 8% 1960sல women were educated, 92% were uneducated. Flip the slide, 74% women are educated and only 26 are uneducated. So தமிழ்நாடோட முன்னேற்றத்திற்கு பெண்களோட transformation is very 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 important, and that's what Tamil Nadu has achieved. அதோட மாத்திரம் இல்லாம தமிழ்நாடு வந்து has taken this transformation in a very holistic way. Economy, education, health, infrastructure, citizen happiness எல்லாமே நம்ம வந்து அரசு அதிகாரிகளோ சில சமயத்தில் பாலிட்டிஷியன்ஸ் கூட இதை அவங்களால எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண முடியுமான்னு தெரியல. பட் ஆனால் இதெல்லாம் அவங்க பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. நான் என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா, அவங்க பண்ணியிருக்கிறத அவங்கள்ட்ட கொண்டு வந்து சொல்கிறேன், இதெல்லாம் நான் பண்ணல. The politicians as well as the bureaucrats in Tamil Nadu have achieved this together. So I think we just don't know these things have happened in the behind the scenes. So I'm just bringing all of this to light. Tamil Nadu has become the second largest economy in India, $400 billion. Industrial employment we are number one. Number of industries Gujarat or Maharashtra kadayadu. Tamil Nadu is the number one state in number of industries in the entire country. அதே மாதிரி women working in factories, தமிழ்நாடோட நம்பர் என்டையர் இந்தியாவில் ஒர்க் பண்ற மொத்த 100% உமன்ல 43% பேர் தமிழ்நாட்டில் மாத்திரமே ஒர்க் பண்றாங்க. ஓகேவா? அதுக்கு அடுத்து வர்றது கர்நாடகா. நமக்கும் கர்நாடகா இருக்கிற கேப்பே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 4 times, ரஃப்லி 4 times. கர்நாடகா 10% இருக்காங்க, நாம 40% இருக்கோம். இதுல என்னன்னா மற்ற எல்லா ஸ்டேட்டுமே சதர்ன் இந்தியா ஸ்டேட்ஸ். அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, சவுத் இந்தியாவில் ஜென்ரலாகவே விமன் எம்பவர்மெண்ட் ரிலேட்டிவ்லி பெட்டராக இருக்கு. அதே மாதிரி தமிழ்நாடோட கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எல்லா செக்டர், இந்த நம்பர் எல்லாமே, இந்த பர்சன்டேஜ் எல்லாமே இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மொத்த ப்ரொடக்ஷனில் தமிழ்நாடோட கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன். இந்தியாவில் நடக்கக்கூடிய மொத்த லெதர் எக்ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் 100%னா அதில் 47% தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருந்தே போகுது. ஆட்டோமொபைல் அண்ட் ஸ்பேர் பார்ட்ஸில் 42%, எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸில் 42%, டெக்ஸ்டைல்ஸில் 27%. இப்படி துறை ஆஃப்டர் துறை we basically win this economic race. அடுத்தது எஜுகேஷன். எஜுகேஷன்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா we are the number one state in higher education in the entire country. Not just that, even when compared to gross enrollment ratio of America for year 3 and year 4 education, அதாவது 3-year education, college education or 4-year education, we even beat America in some of these statistics. Because தமிழ்நாடு வந்து என்ன சொல்றது, இந்தியாவுக்குள்ள இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு குட்டி அமெரிக்கா மாதிரி, right? Except that we just don't know that. ஹெல்த் கேர்ல there is a global standard. அது என்னன்னா 1000 சிட்டிசன்ஸ் இருக்காங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு டாக்டர் வேணும். அமெரிக்கால 500 பேருக்கு ஒரு டாக்டர் இருக்காங்க. தமிழ்நாட்டில் மாத்திரம் 250 பேருக்கு ஒரு டாக்டர் இருக்கும். 250 பேருக்கு ஒரு டாக்டர் இருக்கும். இந்தியாவோட ஆவரேஜ் வந்து 4000 என்னமோ இருக்கு. இந்தியாவோட ஆவரேஜ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட ஆவரேஜ் 4000 சிட்டிசன்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு டாக்டர். நாம வந்து 250 சிட்டிசன்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு டாக்டர் இருக்கும். ஸோ தட்ஸ் அ கைண்ட் ஆஃப் மெடிக்கல் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் தமிழ்நாடு ஹேஸ் which is even double time better than America. அதனால தான் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மெடிக்கல் டூரிசம் in Tamil Nadu is very high because people from other countries பாகிஸ்தான்லேருந்து கிளம்பி, பங்களாதேஷ்லேருந்து கிளம்பி, அமெரிக்காலேருந்து கிளம்பி, துபாயிலேருந்து கிளம்பி சென்னை வந்து மெடிக்கல் ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் எடுத்துகிட்டு போவாங்க. ஏன்னா we are the leaders in medical infrastructure. அது மாத்திரம் இல்லை, இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் எடுத்துட்டிங்கன்னா we have 96% TV penetration. This is the highest in the country. We have 80% high-speed internet access. We have 104 telephones per 100 people because some of us are using dual SIMs. அதே மாதிரி நீங்கள் if you look at airport infrastructure, Tamil Nadu has the highest airport penetration in the country. ஏன்னா நமக்கு வந்து we have a rich economy. நம்ம வந்து தமிழ்நாடுல சென்னை மாத்திரம் டெவலப் பண்ணல, நம்ம கோவை டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், மதுரை டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், திருச்சி டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், சேலம், தூத்துக்குடி, இன்னும் ரெண்டு ஏர்போர்ட் வரப்போகுது, ராமேஸ்வரம் அண்ட் ஹொசூர்ல. ஸோ இதுக்கெல்லாம் என்ன காரணம் அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நம்ம வந்து ஒரு ஹையர் எஜுகேஷன் ஸ்கூல் எஜுகேஷனை பண்ணுறோம். அதாவது 1950களில் வெறும் 6000 ஸ்கூல் இருந்த தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒரே 10 வருஷத்தில் 27,000 ஸ்கூல்ஸ் உருவாக்குறாங்க தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஆக்சுவலாக. ஸோ அதுக்கு பின்னாடி அதுக்கு அடுத்தது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வெறும் 40 இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜஸ் இருந்த தமிழ்நாட்டில் கிட்டத்தட்ட 550 இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜஸ் இருக்கு இன்னைக்கு. Just think about it. In just one 10 to 15 years period, Tamil Nadu goes from 40 engineering colleges to 550 engineering colleges. And in the top, we just not ranking in quantity alone, even in quality. NIRF ஒரு ranking இருக்கு. 2024 NIRF rankingல top 100 collegesல 37 colleges are in Tamil Nadu. Top 100 collegesல 37 colleges are in Tamil Nadu. Okay. அதே மாதிரி we do what is called as dual language policy. நம்ம இந்த dual language policy, அதாவது தமிழ் இங்கிலீஷ் இது ரெண்டும் நம்ம பண்ணலன்னா நம்ம என்ன பண்ணியிருப்போம்னா, நம்மளால அமெரிக்கா போயிருக்க முடியாது. நம்மளுடைய இங்கிலீஷ் நமக்கு எந்த அளவுக்கு ஃப்ளூயன்சி இருக்கோ அந்த இடத்த நம்ம ஹிந்தி பிடிச்சிருக்கோம். ஹிந்தி பிடிச்சிருந்தா நம்ம வந்து திருப்பியும் இந்தியாவுக்குள்ளாரே நம்ம டெல்லி, பாம்பே போயிருக்கலாமே தவிர, இப்போ நம்மளோட இளைஞர்கள்லாம் எங்கே போகிறாங்கன்னா, சென்னை விட்டு போனாங்கன்னா they are just going to லண்டன் போகிறாங்க, நியூயார்க் போகிறாங்க, சான் பிரான்சிஸ்கோ போகிறாங்க. their world access is provided by the dual language policy because the prioritization of English education became higher. அந்த இடத்து 3 படிக்க முடியாது குழந்தைங்களால. Of course, the most important thing is அனைவருக்கும் அனைத்தும் வேணும். அதுதான் social justice. Tamil Nadu is the only state which has 69% reservation. Make sure everybody gets equal job opportunities and equal educational opportunities. இந்த சோஷியல் ஜஸ்டிஸ் வந்து நமக்கு சரியா புரியறது இல்லை. ஏன்னா சோஷியல் ஜஸ்டிஸ்னா ஏதோ ரிசர்வேஷன் நினைச்சு வச்சுக்கிறோம். ஒரு ஃபியூச்சரை உருவாக்குறதுக்கே இந்த சோஷியல் ஜஸ்டிஸ் தான் ஒரு அடித்தளம். சோஷியல் ஜஸ்டிஸ்லேருந்து நமக்கு டிக்னிட்டி கிடைக்கும், டிக்னிட்டியிலேருந்து ஒரு செல்ஃப் ரெஸ்பெக்ட் கிடைக்கும். செல்ஃப் ரெஸ்பெக்ட் இருக்கும் பொழுது நம்மளால கரேஜியஸாக ஒரு நாலேஜையும் இனோவேஷனையும் நம்மளால பர்சூவ் பண்ண முடியும். அதிலிருந்து தான் நம்மளோட எதிர்காலத்தை உருவாக்க முடியும். ஏதோ சோஷியல் ஜஸ்டிஸ்னா நமக்கு வந்து கிடைக்கக்கூடிய வாய்ப்புகளை கொடுக்குற ரிசர்வேஷன் பாலிசி மாதிரி சுருக்கி நம்ம நினைச்சுக்கிறோம். பட் ஆனால் அதனுடைய ஃபவுண்டேஷன்ல இருந்து தான் நம்ம ஃபியூச்சரே உருவாகுது. தமிழ்நாடு ஏன் இப்படி பண்ண முடிஞ்சிச்சு அப்படின்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, தமிழ்நாடோட மாடல் வந்து வெறும் எக்கனாமிக் மாடலே கிடையாது. தமிழ்நாடு எப்படி இப்போ க்ரோ பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, ஒன் சைடில் எக்கனாமிக் மாடல், அனதர் சைடில் சோஷியல் மாடல், சோஷியல் இண்டெக்ஸ். இது ரெண்டுமே மேட்ச் பண்ணுற ஒரு மாடல் தான் தமிழ்நாடு has adopted. In the last 50-60 years, the Tamil Nadu's model is basically balancing economic growth with the social growth. இது ரெண்டும் which is what we call as the Dravidian model of governance. So that is really what Tamil Nadu has adopted. இது மூணுத்துக்கும் தமிழ்நாடு சூப்பர் ஸ்டேட்டா வரதுக்கு காரணம் என்ன பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இந்த 3 பெரிய தலைவர்கள் இருக்காங்க. Of course, Periyar did the social revolution, Anna did the political revolution, and Kalaignar basically did the economic revolution. So, and of course, we cannot leave Kamaraj, who basically did the school education revolution in very early stage, and even other leaders have contributed significantly. This is not about any particular leader, but all the leaders of Tamil Nadu, all the chief ministers have contributed to its growth. So these are the 4 master strokes, and the 5th one is really the core topic of my session, which is the entrepreneurial economy. So how do we build this? Tamil Nadu has a lot of opportunities, and just that we don't know. So what I have this initiative, என்னன்னா making Tamil Nadu proud. தமிழ்நாடு மேப்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 150 பிராண்ட் போட்டிருக்கோம். These are the brands that actually pump money into the Tamil Nadu economy. They make the 25% of roughly the Tamil Nadu's economy. The idea is to impress upon the students who are here, the professionals who are here, to see how do you build a company and make your logo come here in this map. That should be your vision. When you leave this stage today or the session today, if you go with an idea, oh, I'm going to go start a company and make sure my logo is there in this map, I think I would have achieved my goal. So நான் என்ன பண்ணேன்னா, கனவுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு சீரீஸ் எழுதினேன் விகடனில். அந்த கனவு சீரீஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒவ்வொரு மாவட்டத்திலையும் இருக்கக்கூடிய வளங்களை எடுத்து நம்ம எப்படி ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் உருவாக்க முடியும், அதுலேருந்து ஒரு பெரிய கம்பெனி, ஒரு 100 crores-லேருந்து 1000 crores வரைக்கும் உள்ள ஒரு கம்பெனி எப்படி உருவாக்குறது அப்படின்னு பார்த்து, அதில் வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 400 ஐடியாஸ் இருக்குது. நான் I'm just going to talk about only 10, and then we'll talk about 10 new AI ideas because it's a Umagine Technology Conference. விழுப்புரத்தில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய நிலக்கடலை இருக்கு. அந்த வேஸ்ட்ல இருந்து you can make an hydrogen thermal plant because அதில் வந்து 7% அந்த தோல் இருக்கு இல்லையா, நிலக்கடலையோட தோலில் வந்து 7% hydrogen இருக்கு. There is a process called pyrolysis, and if you can extract that hydrogen, you can power it to a thermal plant and feed it to the electricity grid. கிருஷ்ணகிரியில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த மாம்பழம் வந்து they basically do மாம்பழம் ஜூஸ் எடுக்கிறாங்க, அதாவது எக்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க, மாம்பழம் பல்ப், சாரி. அப்புறம் அந்த தோல்லாம் வேஸ்ட் ஆகிடுது. அதுலேருந்து we can make a vegan leather like the way I am showing it here, and we can make big vegan leather factory, and we can make products in the range of Louis Vuitton மாதிரி பண்ணலாம், right? Not like local products. அதே மாதிரி அரியலூரில் we have a huge raw material for putting up a glass factory, and Coimbatore, I'm just saying different opportunities in different areas. There is a lot of plastic waste. We can make plastic waste fuel. Tirunelveliயில் we have the largest concentration of green energy because of the nuclear plant as well as the wind energy. இன்னைக்கு டேட்டா சென்டரில் முக்கியமான இன்புட்டே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எலக்ட்ரிசிட்டி தான். ஸோ தேர் we will, and everybody wants green data center. Again, if you look at the Hosur Dharmaburi on the road, there is a huge highway, and you can put on the electrical pillars la pathina, there is some sort of a device. The device is called a wind turbine. அது வந்து அந்த காத்துலே வந்து அது மூவ் ஆகும். Then we can produce electricity using this wind turbine. அதே மாதிரி இப்போ நம்ம வந்து நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ற குக்கர், அந்த மாதிரியான இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் எல்லாமே, there is a big cookware industry in Tirunelveli, but we haven't transformed that into an IoT based smart cookware industry. Again, founders, entrepreneurs, students have great opportunity to do such things. Again, in Tirunelveli we have a huge windmill infrastructure, but சென்னையில் வந்து ஒரு ஆட்டோ பார்ட்ஸ் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இருக்கு. அந்த மாதிரி அங்கே வந்து ஒரு விண்மில் ஸ்பேர் பார்ட்ஸ் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி நம்மளால உருவாக்க முடியும். இப்படி வந்து தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லாக எல்லா இடத்துலையும் எக்கச்சக்கமான ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் இருக்கு. நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டை தாண்டி வேற எங்கேயுமே பார்க்க வேண்டியதில்லை. நம்ம ஆண்டர்பிரினியரல் எக்கானமி ஏன் ரொம்ப முக்கியம்னா, நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் இப்போ என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்க, நமக்கு ஒரு ஃபார்முலா கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. இந்த ஃபார்முலா என்னன்னா, நல்லா படிச்சு ஒரு பெரிய காலேஜில் போய் படிச்சுன்னா கேம்பஸ் ரெக்ரூட்மெண்ட்டில் வேலைக்கு சேர்ந்து கேம்பஸ் ரெக்ரூட்மெண்ட்டில் ஜாபை வாங்கி ஒரு ஐடி கம்பெனியில் போய் வேலைக்கு சேர்ந்தா நம்ம வாழ்க்கை முடிஞ்சிடுச்சு அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு டெம்ப்ளேட்டை நம்ம மனசில் பதிய வச்சுருக்காங்க. பட் அந்த டெம்ப்ளேட் வந்து இது வரைக்கும் நமக்கு யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்துச்சு. இதுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய எதிர்காலத்தை மாற்றணும்னா we need to actually invest in building big entrepreneurs, big companies in Tamil Nadu. Otherwise we will be ending up working as neo-slavery மாதிரி ஆயிரும். The owners will be somebody else, we will be working as employees in somebody else's company. Tamil Nadu founders need to own Tamil Nadu companies. I think that is something that we need to invest in. And that's why this whole topic about building the future entrepreneurial economy in Tamil Nadu. So again, if you look at Madurai Virudhunagar, USல பாத்தீங்கன்னா Boston Route 128 னு ஒரு ரோட் இருக்கும். அதே மாதிரி we have imagined this from Thoothukudi to Madurai. There is a route that we can put, and the whole highway you can put an industrial corridor. And on the road la poningina USla you will only see industrial infrastructure. We can put, because Madurai versus Thoothukudi we have a similar possibility. The whole road we can make it like an industrial corridor for Tamil Nadu. So this is the industrial corridor. It's all imagined, how we are imagining the future of Tamil Nadu, right? Now I'm going to I have like another 5 minutes. ஸோ இது எல்லாமே வந்து தமிழ்நாடுல இருக்கக்கூடிய எக்ஸிஸ்டிங் ரிசோர்ஸை யூஸ் பண்ணி பண்ணுறது. இப்போ புதுசாக how do we build $1 billion AI companies? What are the opportunities? How can we use the knowledge that we have in Tamil Nadu itself and do it? The first idea, Tamil Nadu, as you know, we are investing in the EV segment heavily in the Hosur and Chennai cluster already as an extension to an auto parts. ஒவ்வொரு ஈவிலையும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா பேட்டரி இருக்கு. அந்த பேட்டரியில் you can create a digital twin. It's called the battery twin. And this is a $1 billion opportunity because right now this battery is a black box. If you create a digital twin on the right hand side la irukku pathingala, the digital twin, it can actually sense எந்த பேட்டரியில் எந்த செல்ல என்ன நடந்துட்டு இருக்குன்னு உங்களால் சென்ஸ் பண்ண முடியும். And this is a requirement globally all the EV companies need. This is one idea. The second idea is we make Tirupur, Coimbatore, we make a lot of fabric garments, and there is something called circular knitting technology. அதில் வந்து QC கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதே ரொம்ப பெரிய வேலை. If you install a high resolution, high speed camera and connect it to an AI technology, it can automatically detect defects in the garments and do the QC control. And this is again a multi-billion-dollar opportunity. We can make it here, do the POC, get it done, and then there are Vietnam, Bangladesh, Turkey, all these places we can go and sell. So you can conceive the idea, in our backyard we can test the idea, get the customers, prove the idea, and then go sell to global, and then make $1 billion company. And that is the idea here. Second, இன்னைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து 1:250 டாக்டர் இருந்தாலும் ரேடியாலஜிஸ்ட் ரொம்ப கம்மியாக இருக்காங்க. ஒரு ஸ்கேன் எடுத்தோம்னா அதை பார்க்கறதுக்கு உண்டான ரேடியாலஜிஸ்ட் ஆர் வெரி லெஸ். Again we can apply AI here and then you can automatically detect the problems in a MRI scan or a X-ray and all those things. And once you did this, not just in Tamil Nadu, across India, anyway the medical infrastructure is poor. We can go and deploy this. We can sell it in Africa, we can sell it in Southeast Asia. The global opportunity for this is very high. Then this is another opportunity. It's called hyper local insurance. For example, ஒருத்தன் வந்து 50 சென்ட் வச்சிட்டு இருக்கான். அந்த 50 சென்ட்டுக்கு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா இன்சூரன்ஸ் கொடுத்து சேட்டலைட் இமேஜரி வழியா can we automatically process the insurance claim based on drought and flood incidents without having to do any paperwork. The satellite automatically monitors it, takes the data, and then automatically processes it. There are 500 million small farm holders in India, and we can actually take a huge advantage, and this is a huge opportunity to build a new kind of AI first insurance company for farmers, agri insurance. Then again, windmill, right? இப்போ windmill என்ன ப்ராப்ளம்னா, காற்று இப்படி அடிக்குதுன்னா அந்த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இருக்கிற அந்த விண்மில் வந்து அந்த காற்றை எடுத்துக்கிறோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் பின்னாடி இருக்கிறதுக்கெல்லாம் அந்த காற்று கரெக்டாக போகாது. அதுக்கு வந்து அந்த விண்ட் மில்லை வந்து லைட்டாக நீங்கள் அலைன்மெண்ட்டை டில்ட் பண்ணிங்கன்னா அந்த காற்றை கேன் டேக் அட்வான்டேஜ். பட் எப்படி டில்ட் பண்ணுறதுன்றதை டைனமிக்காக ரியல் டைமில் பண்ணணும். ஸோ இஃப் யூ இன்ஸ்டால் ஏஐ சென்சர்ஸ் அண்ட் இஃப் யூ இன்ஸ்டால் சென்சர்ஸ் அண்ட் பேக் இட் அப் வித் AI will automatically adjust the windmill and produce 10 to 15% more electricity without any additional hardware required for the technology. So that is another $1 billion idea. This is not just we can implement in deep south Tamil Nadu, but once you do this, you can take it to global because this is a global opportunity. Again, port flow. இப்போ நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் வந்து போர்ட் இருக்கோ அங்கெல்லாமே கண்டெய்னர் வரிசையில் நிற்கும். 2 நாளைக்கு நிற்கும், 1 நாளைக்கு நிற்கும். ஏன் நிற்குதுன்னா, they are not able to predict this ஷிப்போட அரைவல், கண்டெய்னரோட எப்போ எடுப்பாங்க, எப்போ அந்த ஸ்லாட் கொடுக்கணும்னு. If you put all this data into AI, it can automatically come up with the algorithm to slot the containers in the right time, in the right sequence, in the right order. Again, this is not, we can start with the Chennai airport, Tuticorin airport and start this process, but then once you execute this will be another global opportunity. Finally, there are a lot of, in software la vandinga COBOL and mari IBM old technologies irukku, adella modernize pandradhukku you can build a modernization software which can completely transform a COBOL program into a modern web technology. Adhe mari if you go to Coimbatore, there is a motor manufacturing infrastructure. இப்போ மோட்டரில் என்ன ப்ராப்ளம்னா அங்கே வந்து பெரிய ஹெவி இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸில் அந்த மோட்டர் எப்போ டவுன் ஆகும்னே உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது. We can install very low quality acoustics sensors. அது ரொம்ப காஸ்ட் ரொம்ப கம்மி. அந்த அக்கோஸ்டிக் சென்சர்ஸை அந்த மோட்டர்ஸில் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணிவிட்டு அதுலேருந்து வர்ற சவுண்டு எடுத்து நம்ம ஏஐயில் கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டோம்னா அந்த சவுண்டு வேரியேஷன் வச்சுட்டு ஏஐ will tell you when will this motor going to go down, at what time it will go down, and we can preemptively go ahead and replace the motor or service the motor so that the entire industrial downtime can be brought in. At least 15% of the downtime can be reduced by using AI. Then one of the other requirements, which is because Tamil Nadu is a very industrial hub, நிறைய ITI diploma holders க்கு வந்து blue collar training கொடுக்க வேண்டியிருக்கு. ஆனா அந்த blue collar training கொடுக்கிறதுக்கு இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இல்ல. VRும் AIயும் நம்ம கம்பேர் பண்ணோம்னா we can actually give the welding training, fitting training, அதெல்லாமே வந்து நம்மளால வேற லெவல்ல கொண்டு போய் கொடுக்க முடியும். அதே மாதிரி வந்து this another idea, basically fintech. இந்த fintech ஐடியால பாத்தீங்கன்னா there is small industries வந்து they don't get good credit, and you can use this alternative financial data to do credit for small industries. அதே மாதிரி real time payment fraud detection, இந்த மாதிரி you can keep on talking about a lot of opportunities. I only picked 10 to 15 ideas which are $1 billion ideas that we can build from Tamil Nadu and build unicorns in our state. Last one, before I have 2-3 more slides. One of the problems in fashion is that fashion வந்து சீக்கிரமா outdate ஆயிடும். அதனால நிறைய garments manufacture பண்ணி waste ஆயிடுது. But if you can use Gen AI and connect it with hyper local trends, you can make fashion very, very personalized to a particular region, and we can reduce tremendous amount of wastage. என்னோட எக்ஸ்டென்ஷனா I have actually invested in a company called Silverbox. This company uses AI and makes silver jewelry automatically for women. This company's main goal is use AI and customize jewelry that actually fits for the woman, for the need, for the occasion, for the trend, for their color. For example, ஒரு women வந்திருக்காங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன், அவங்களுக்கு சில பேருக்கு டபுள் சின் இருக்கும். டபுள் சின் இருந்துச்சுன்னா they can't wear a choker necklace because that will attract, double chin will attract the attention to the choker, right? You shouldn't wear that. But AI can detect all that stuff and recommend the correct jewelry that you need to wear, and which jewelry. For example, if you're wearing a V-neck, you need to wear something else. If you're going for a meeting like this, you need to wear something else. அதெல்லாமே கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு they are using AI to do this. I'm saying these things are happening right now. And last, I wanted to show a demo in real time, see how it works. This is a company called Booking Bee, which is doing booking for salons. I'm going to make a call. It's a completely AI powered, okay? Just listen.
Hi, this is Salon Sora Concierge. Would you like to book or manage an appointment today?
I want to manage my appointment.
I can help with that. Are you looking to reschedule or cancel your appointment? Let me know what you need.
I want to book a new one.
Sure, I can help you book a new appointment. What service would you like to book today?
I want to get a haircut.
We have a few haircut options. Women's haircut and blow dry, women's haircut only, men's haircut, or women's haircut and blow dry for long or extra long hair. Which one would you like?
Sorry, I changed my mind. Can you cancel this?
I don't see any upcoming appointments for you right now. Would you like to book a new appointment instead?
Yeah, I want to cancel this conversation and go forward. Yeah. So you understood in real, sorry. So you got a glimpse of what AI can do. This company basically connected the phone of saloons, spas, and other therapy centers in America. And when a customer calls, an AI picks up the call and has a real-time conversation just like a human being. Just like a human being. You can't even sense there is a difference. And you can have any conversation. And it can automatically connect to the back-end system, book an appointment for you, register it, and then you can call again, cancel it, and redo it, reschedule it, pick a stylist. Next time when you call, it will tell me, Suresh, I already have your number. It will call me, hello Suresh, welcome back. So it has this intelligence. So those kind of capabilities are available right now, and you can actually use it right now. It's not like a big future. It's not like 10 years away. It's happening right now. So the question is, there are unlimited possibilities. If you want to build a $1 billion company out of Tamil Nadu, it's just your imagination is your limitation. We have built a great state. We are the #1 state, and we have a great opportunity. If we get the $1 trillion, by the way, we will not be just #1 in India. We will be a G20 country. Tamil Nadu, if it becomes a $1 trillion economy, it will be one of the G20 countries. Right? That's a big milestone. And for that, you need to build an entrepreneurial economy in Tamil Nadu. So what I am doing, I run an open community. It's like a free community where I help and mentor startups to build these $1 billion companies. It's something I do pretty much like free on my free time. And we have done it for like 60 workshops and 2,000 founders and last 4 years, and we have mentored around 1,500 startups in Tamil Nadu. It's only Tamil Nadu. And I also follow it up with investing in those companies. I have another venture capital firm called Mudal VC, which we have invested in 15 companies. So the goal is, I am basically motivating all of you, especially the students, to go build your next great idea, not just go into campus recruitment and go for a job. Build a great company. Make sure your company logo is here in this logo. Okay, that's the whole idea. Thank you very much. If any of you want to reach out to me, this is my contact. You can take a screenshot and you can message me. This is my WhatsApp. I don't know if there is any option for questions. No, right? We don't do questions. Okay, I don't think there is any questions. I think I'm 10 minutes ahead of time. Thank you very much. I hope you have a good session. Thank you for Minister PTR, Honorable Minister, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the inspiring session. Now it's time for the felicitation. Now I would like to invite Dr. Albie John Verghese IAS, Chief Executive Officer, TNEGA, for the felicitation. Please welcome, sir. Felicitation to Mr. Suresh Sambandam, Founder and CEO of KISFlow, by Dr. Albie John Verghese IAS, Chief Executive Officer, TNEGA. Thank you so much, sir. So, அடுத்தடுத்து செஷன்ஸ் பார்க்க போறோம். எப்படி இருந்தது இன்னைக்கு மார்னிங்ல இருந்து செஷன்? சத்தமே வரலையே. கை தட்டலாமா? செஷன்ஸ் எவ்வளவு பிடிச்சிருக்கு அப்படிங்கறத சத்தத்தை வச்சு டிசைட் பண்ணலாம். ஃபைன். ஸோ அடுத்தடுத்து நிறைய இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் செஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கு. அண்ட் நீங்கள் இந்த யுமேஜினுக்கு எதுக்காக வந்தீங்களோ அதுக்கான விஷயங்களும் அடுத்தடுத்து நடக்க போகுது. நம்மளுடைய ஆனரபிள் மினிஸ்டர்ஸ் இன்னும் கொஞ்ச நேரத்தில் இங்கே வந்து ஒரு ரிலீஸ்க்காக ஒரு ஸ்பெஷல் மொமெண்ட்டில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் we are going for the session, Tamil Nadu Space and Aerospace Rise, designing the next frontier of innovation. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and young innovators, the next session takes us beyond boundaries, beyond industries, and beyond gravity itself. We turn our attention to space and aerospace, two domains that define the future of national capability, global competitiveness, and scientific imagination. In recent years, Tamil Nadu has quietly but steadily risen as one of India's most promising hubs for space tech, defense tech, and aerospace engineering. From precision manufacturing and advanced materials to satellite subsystems, avionics, propulsion components, and design services, Tamil Nadu is not merely participating in the space economy, it's helping building it. With a powerful combination of research institutions, startup innovators, MSME suppliers, policy support, and a robust industrial workforce, the state is contributing to India's journey from launch capability to mission capability, from being a component supplier to being a systems leader, and from cost competitiveness to global quality leadership. This session, Tamil Nadu Space and Aerospace Rise, Designing the Next Frontier of Innovation, examines how technology, design, policy, and entrepreneurship are converging to create a new era of opportunity. We will explore how the space economy is evolving, how aerospace is shaping the next wave of manufacturing, and how students can participate in this frontier, and how Tamil Nadu's ecosystem is positioning itself on the global stage. So I would like to invite moderator Mr. Ish Sundaram, President Udpeda Ventures, and speakers Professor Satya Chakravarti, founder and CEO ePlane, Mr. Srinath Ravichandran, founder and CEO Agnikul Cosmos, Mr. Livan Samudan, CEO and founder Cosmic Port, Mr. Jay Panchal, founder and CEO Allspace, Mr. Kamal Hingaroni, Chief Customer Officer, SpiceJet, onto the stage. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Vanakkam Chennai. Ella ready-ya? Thank you. Thank you for joining today. We have an amazing team here. A lot of people I know personally for many, many years. Most of them are from Chennai. One is from my favorite city I grew up in called Thoothukudi. Luans, thank you for joining. So it is my honor to be here in the middle of the most prominent people, Dr. Satya, Kamal, Srinath, who everybody knows here. This is his third year, right, Srinath? And Livans, thank you for joining us from Thoothukudi, coming in. What a wonderful, presence for you to be here. And Jay, where did you come from, Jay, today? Where do you fly from? Bangalore. So one of my mission for Jay is to make him move to Chennai. Hopefully that will happen in the next couple of years, right, Jay? We're going to talk about space and aerospace. It is one of the most fascinating topics in the last 5 years. India has been amazing in space since, Satya, 1965? When was the first satellite launched in India? 1970. So India has been a pioneer in space. Indian Space Research Organization, led by so many prominent people. Think about Dr. Abdul Kalam and Dr. Nambi Narayanan, and so many prominent people from different parts of India led space and aerospace. And the government has projected to be a $35 billion business by 2030, but that's really a starting point for India in terms of where they want to be in space. But the more exciting thing for us is Tamil Nadu. Our dear state here has become even more prominent in space and aerospace business, saying, our chief minister made a very promising statement in the last 2 years with TITCO leading the effort, saying Tamil Nadu will be 30% of India's space aerospace business by 2030. That is an amazing goal to be in. When you think about us being a $1 trillion economy and Tamil Nadu leading the effort in space and aerospace, we have the next set of Elon Musks here in this stage today. And I'm very, very happy and excited to lead this conversation today. And Satya, we'll start with you. You're a professor in IIT Chennai, IIT Madras, Space and Aerospace Engineering. Share us some of your background in the history of aerospace and space development in India. You've seen a big chunk of it since you graduated from your PhD in the US. You came back, and you've seen from a government-led organization to, you're now the founder of 6 different companies, Srinath has benefited the most from people like you in IIT. Share your journey. You're a founder, you're a CEO of E-Plane company where I work closely with, but you're also the co-founder of many space technology companies in Tamil Nadu. Talk to us about it, Satya.
Yes, thank you so much, Ish. It's a wonderful question. A lot of people do not know about the origins and how we have evolved as an aerospace nation. In fact, I think I've heard Aditya Ghosh, the former CEO of Indigo, say this in public in a couple of places. The triangle of Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad hosts more aerospace engineers than anywhere else in the world. And that's actually the best kept secret in India that the rest of the world does not know about. And that's something that we have to do something about. But question is, how did we get there? Right? So as you rightly pointed out, 1963 is when the government formed a committee called INCOSPAR that later became ISRO. And ISRO has had its own trajectory of going through the SLV, the ASLV, the PSLV, the GSLV, GSLV Mark III, and so on, that they are continuing to go through as far as the launch vehicles concerned. And they have attained maturity on satellite technology long back. And today, their capability is pretty much next to none except for manned aircraft, spacecraft, which they probably will be doing in the next year or two, like in the Gaganyaan program. Subsequent to that, I think there is really absolutely no limit. Sky is not the limit, as they say. That's as far as the space program is concerned. It's been largely a national space program, but in the last 5 to 10 years, thanks to people like Srinath and others, and even prior to Srinath, I mean, Agnikul, we have had a couple of space startups in the last 10 years, but primarily, I think Agnikul has probably kind of been a trailblazer, in my view, and very happy to be part of it, very fortunate to be part of it. That has actually kicked off a lot more people coming into this bandwagon that can convert the space economy contribution from India from a 2% to about a 10%, which is the national goal. And as the state's goal is, I think we are well on our way to doing the 30% contribution in that 10% of the global economy. While there, the larger aerospace situation has actually transformed multifold over the last 4 decades. By the turn of the century, it was primarily government labs like the DRDO and other than ISRO, that is, we have the ADA and the GTRE and all of those people who make engines, planes, and missiles, and so on. But the turn of the century actually saw a lot of MNC R&D start to come in, right? So the first decade of 2000s was actually the advent of a lot of MNC R&D, which is now matured to the point where like about 70% of GE's engines are actually designed in India, right? And close to 100% of Boeing's designs are actually done in India, and Airbus similarly, and so on. So that is actually the 2000s. In 2010s, the next wave of doing aerospace manufacturing at scale happened in India, where very large parts of aircraft, full aircraft, now large aircraft, very large parts of engines, all of these things are actually made in India. There is an entire supply chain that's happening in India that actually feeds into the local ecosystem. The 2020s that we are in is witnessing the startup wave that now the government is actually fueling with an RDI scheme and all that stuff. I believe that in the 2030s, we will actually see Indian aerospace MNCs, like the Agnikuls of the world and the E-Planes of the world, which will actually become multinational by virtue of simply accessing global markets, because we are all fundamentally global companies that are coming out of India. There is nothing that is differentiating us from anywhere else in the world except for the cost benefit and the technological superiority that we can come to the table with. Yeah.
Thank you, Satya. I'm going to skip Kamal for 1 minute and then get back to him. Last year I was here and I spoke to a couple of students, and ஒரு student பேசும்போது I think that student was from VIT. அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட் வந்து உன்னோட ரோல் மாடல் யாரு, like where, who do you want to be கேட்டதுக்கு வந்து that student, his name is Manikam, I think, last year when I met him, if I remember, he said, I want to be Srinath. So Srinath was a very popular man even last year in the stage. So at least like, I can tell you, Srinath, you have impressed and inspired many, many students in this room and so many outside to become space tech entrepreneur. Share us your story, Srinath. Launching rockets, as a kid, like we only think about Sivakasi rocket, but you really made that happen in reality in terms of becoming the next rocket man, I would say, in India, and coming out of Chennai, that is even more inspiring. You and Mo and your partner, had very humble beginnings in terms of, you didn't start in space and aerospace, but you guys are doing a wonderful job. Share your background and your beginnings and what inspired you to be where you are today.
Sure. Thank you for that intro, kind words. So I grew up in Chennai, always have been a space enthusiast, but when it was time to actually come out and do an engineering degree, it didn't look like the best degree to be doing, actually enrolled in, because I was not very sure if I'll get any job at all. And so took a safer route in electrical engineering in College of Engineering, Guindy, then worked for a couple of years in India. And everyone was making a lot more money at that time in my classmate circle by doing something in finance. So I ended up doing financial engineering in Columbia University. And I went there right in the middle of the crisis. So all the shine I had for New York, the first 3 months was wiped out. And then I realized any industry or any sector can go through some ups and downs. And which is a bit, also led to a bit of soul searching, and I realized I should go back to aerospace, which is what I always wanted to do. But it took me about 6-7 years to first convince myself that it is worth giving up a career there and doing this. That is when I started this, understanding of what really it meant to be building out a space tech company. So first of all, I enrolled in an aerospace engineering program, and then moved to LA, Los Angeles, because that's where SpaceX is. And that gave me some, insight into rockets and satellites going their own ways. Rockets are getting bigger, satellites are getting smaller. And I vividly remember not being let past the lobby of SpaceX because I was not a green card holder or an American citizen. So I realized India is definitely the place to be doing this, and made a list of people in India who I could approach for support. And the one person who actually was willing to give a serious meeting is right here, Professor Satya. So with that, the whole story started, right? One day it was Moin, the co-founder, was in person meeting Prof, and I was in the US doing a Skype call with him. And a meeting which we thought will take about 5-10 minutes took about a couple of hours, and we ended up brainstorming what rockets to build there. So that's how it started. Came back to India. I think 2-3 things happened right after that, right? One is, during COVID, we had the policy open up, which was a big deal, because for the first 2 years of my fundraise, never had a clear answer to, is it legal to launch a rocket privately from India? And now we know that it is very legal, very much allowed, but that time that was not the case. And I think second, there is an entire wave of funding that has seen its full cycle, I think, starting from, their early stage of the funds to people having exits. So I think that success is now showing up at a second level in terms of a lot more space tech startups getting funded, which is a very satisfying thing. I'm pretty sure, Satya will feel the same way. I feel the same way too. In some way, in a second order, we have actually contributed to that. Right? Still, there's a long way to go for Agnikul, but investors need that confidence building to go and put in more money, right? So I think that is the cusp at which where we are. Chennai has been great. I think we could not have gotten so far without Satya, then without IIT Madras, and then with the fact that, Tamil Nadu is just so well placed to be a space sector, hub. We have a large coastline. We are close enough to the equator, at least compared to the rest of the country. And there is so much of vendor ecosystem also here. And Chennai particularly is too close to Sriharikota, which is where all the launches happen from. So yeah, very happy to be doing what we're doing.
So your first launch happened in 2025 March, right?
24 March,
24
March,
okay.
and then we went to 3 attempts, and it took us 24 May to actually get it done.
That's awesome. Congratulations. I'm going to move to the person on my left, who is the youngest student here. Kamal, thank you for joining us. Kamal was one of the founding team members in SpiceJet with deep aerospace, aviation background. Kamal, you're doing your PhD. What made you decide to do a PhD, and what are you doing your PhD on?
Thank you, Ish. And thank you, Umagine, for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here once again. Like last year, very impressive event, very fruitful. Ish, to answer your question, I'm an aviator for more than 3 decades, worked in the industry, and I wanted to actually do a PhD since you asked this question and do a thesis on something to do with aerospace. And I've now finalized to do it on a hybrid electric commercial aircraft, a large aircraft, not the small ones that currently exist in different parts of the world. So we are hoping that India will build a 100-seater hybrid electric aircraft. And I have my mentor here in Professor Satya, who's helping me to, from the technical aspect of it, while I bring the industry and the commercial knowledge to it. So I sincerely hope that Tamil Nadu will be the state where we actually get to manufacture this aircraft. It could take 4 to 5 years, but ultimately this is an aircraft that will be sold across the world, and we're very confident that this will be India's coming of age to make a commercial aircraft and market it to the world, of course, in addition for India as well.
Do you think we can make that happen in the next 5 years, Kamal? What has really changed in the last 10 years in commercial aviation that there is a need for an electric aircraft, and India as a country can actually do this?
So typically, aviation in India has become very popular in the last 15 years. As we all know, India has the largest number of aircraft orders across any geography of the world, especially in the last 4 to 5 years. 1,700 commercial aircraft are on order by all airlines. And India happens to be the 3rd largest aviation market in the world. And the fact that the global OEMs, the aircraft manufacturers and the engine manufacturers, are now looking to India to be the next China, if I may say, from aviation. We've grown, as we all know. As a passenger traffic, the aviation has grown in double-digit CAGR over the last 15 years, and it continues to grow even with a strong base of the previous years. The reason why we feel that the change has come into India in the last 10 years, or specifically in the last 4 or 5 years, and I call it post-COVID, is the consumerism, the aspirational Indians who want to travel by air, who want to get connected. And here we have a pool of, a sea of aerospace students who can support this dream project. And I see no reason, if we get the right investment, and that's very important, I see no reason why India cannot come up with this kind of an aircraft in the next 5 to 6 years. It's something that global OEMs like Boeing and Airbus talked about electric aircraft about 10 years back, and for commercial reasons, they have shelved the project for a good 5 to 10 years. And I think this has created the space for us to fill the void and get going with it. Yes, what we need is almost $500 million of investment, but once that comes, and I hope it does soon, we will be not only manufacturing this aircraft for India, which will lower airfares even further, because the cost of operation will be low. Plus, there will be a huge advantage from a sustainability point of view from carbon emissions. And very soon we will start ending up in a carbon credit era 2 years from now. And I think it will be a huge advantage for everybody in the country. And I'm very confident that this not only will serve the 1,500 kilometer range within India with a hybrid electric aircraft, but it probably will become the most popular hybrid electric aircraft in the world in the next 10 to 20 years. I'm very confident about that.
Thank you, Kamal. 2 years ago when Tamil Nadu government, TIDCO, announced the space policy, there was a big push to Thoothukudi, Kulasekarapatnam, which happens to be in Thoothukudi. And at that point in time, I was actually sitting with our minister, PTR sir, and I asked him, who are we going to have in Thoothukudi, promote this? And then 6 months later, I find Levance from Thoothukudi. You guys, I don't know if you know, you both have something in common. Both of you went to Columbia and New York City and graduated from Columbia and decided to leave US and come back here. You went back to Thoothukudi to start Cosmic Park. I am from Thoothukudi, so that brought me great joy when I heard that you're starting up a space tech, program in Thoothukudi. So talk to me, Levance. Growing up in Thoothukudi, I know the school you went. The school you went, as we shared, actually started in my house as a little school. And, now it's really proud to see, I'm proud to see a kid from Thoothukudi now being a space entrepreneur coming out of US. And talk to me about your background and share your story, Levance.
Thanks for the great intro, Ish. I know you're pretty humble. So my background, as Ish said, is from Thoothukudi, and my, work of expertise is mechanical engineering. But I was always invested and interested in space applications, and even when I went to Columbia, I was just trying to see what should I actually do to make Earth a better place, because space always gave that perspective. So my very first role was working under astronaut Mike Massimino. I was building this autonomous inventory control module. It was great. I was working on hybrid rockets in Harlem Launch Alliance. I think maybe Srinath would know, in New York. And then afterward, I was like, you know what? There should be more to product development, and I explored other industries, being it semiconductors and then even furnace combustion chamber development. Pretty much all new product development, but there was something that was lacking in all these. One's passion was always there, but the vision and working towards a space application was something I was really earning. That's kind of where I was back then. I was even trying to become, astronaut by going towards private pilot and instrument rating towards add-on to private pilot, which I still did. But again, once I got back to Thoothukudi, which is where I was talking to my current co-founder, Naveen, also my school friend, we really saw Thoothukudi more than just a place where we were born out of. It was more than just an emotional connect. We saw the potential that it had, and then the value that we can create, especially, of course, we had inspirations from our startups like Agnikul and also global companies like SpaceX for sure. And we also had this industrial background in Thoothukudi, and it felt like the passion and also the existence of such facilities really aligned well, and then that's how the journey started. And what we really want to do was work on something that actually complements and supplements the whole ecosystem at the same time, and that's how we started working on our current cryogenic rocket engine.
That's cool. Thank you, Levance. I'm going to move to Jay. Jay, the first time when I met you on a video conference, my wife was actually listening to you, and she had a sneak peek of you far from, and he said, who's this high school kid? You're probably the youngest guy here who's a space tech entrepreneur. I can tell you, you're still the youngest guy because you still have a lot of hair. Most of us lost our hair after a point in time. I can tell that from Srinath for sure. So Jay, share your story. What you're doing is really cool. You're really doing something interesting with satellites, right? You're sending another satellite to fix a satellite that is orbiting the Earth. Where did this start? It's amazing.
Sure, yeah. So to give a bit of a background about what Ish is talking about, we're building satellites which can go close and grab other satellites in space. That is a starting point for us, and in the long term, we want to build a robotic workforce for the space economy. There's so much research that can happen in space, which all the rocket companies enable us to do. There's no gravity in space. There's radiation that we can study, and it opens a lot of things in biology, semiconductor research, crystal making, and a lot of other manufacturing processes. So our end goal is to bring that future closer, propel heavy earth engineering and heavy earth manufacturing from Earth to space to make Earth more habitable and reap the benefits of space. On to my journey, I started studying at BITS Pilani, which is where for the first time the love for space started materializing. Before that, like, I grew up watching Cosmos and all the other sci-fi stuff. But in college, we had a student satellite team where I got my first hands-on to building like space hardware. And I hope like some of the students from here will also go on to their college and utilize some of the opportunities that ISRO is providing for building satellites and other like CubeSats as a part of the college. So that was the starting point for me. We were building a shoebox size CubeSat which was going to be used for imaging, and the data analysis from them was supposed to be helping agriculture and other industries. After that, I also participated in a NASA competition where we were building a rover to compete globally with like 80 countries, and we came globally second in our category in that. So those were some starting experiences, and finally I joined Pixel, which was like at that time when I joined one of the fastest growing satellite company in India. And we built 6 of the world's highest resolution hyperspectral satellites there. This is a data set that no other company had built before at the resolution that Pixel was doing. And that made me believe that you can build a globally leading, like category leading company out of India. And I had always been working on this idea of space robotics back when I was still in college. We had represented the college BITS Pilani in some exchange programs in Japan and Germany. So after 2 years at Pixel, I decided I want to start my own journey. And then I left, and thanks to like investors like Ish that we have been grateful to have, that the journey is going good so far, and we've recently raised some funding, and as we plan our funding deployment and infrastructure building, we are also thinking about moving to Tamil Nadu because it has a lot of good space policies, and everyone sitting here should be grateful that they are from a state like Tamil Nadu, which has so much support for deep technology and the manufacturing hub that is just unbeatable anywhere compared to anywhere in India.
Cool. Jay, so when are you going to move to Chennai? Or even Thoothukudi?
Yeah, I mean, like, as soon as we can, like in the next quarter or so, we are evaluating options right now.
Tamil Nadu has the most advanced technical education in the country, right? And our industrial capabilities are second to none. Like, almost like if you think about all the aerospace majors, whether it's Rolls-Royce, everyone is investing in here. So I don't need to convince you to come here. So yeah, the next round of investments, when you attract, you're moving your base to Chennai, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Cool. All right, Satya, this is kind of a speed round question, fun questions for you. I have to say, you're the coolest professor I have worked with.
A lot of students say the same thing.
Well, I always thought professors are serious people,
I am.
I don't know.
I'm seriously cool.
You're seriously cool for sure. What made you transition from being a serious professor to seriously cool entrepreneur?
Yeah, so that's a good question because I was doing my research. Then we had this opportunity for me to establish the world's largest combustion research center, where we were putting together lots of big setups for doing combustion for jet engines and rockets and so on at high pressures, withstanding high temperatures, and we should still be able to see through with a quartz window or do supersonic combustion for futuristic hypersonic flights, microgravity drop towers, very big gasifiers, coal gasifiers, all of that stuff. then I start thinking to myself, if all of that great engineering that we were actually putting together, pretty much like first time in the world, in one place, if I could actually divert my attention to developing products that could actually be of commercial value than just research value, would that actually make a better societal impact, economic impact for the country, and so on. That was the motivation. When Srinath dawned in front of me and said, we want to make rockets, I'd always been teaching what could actually be alternative to mainstream rockets in my class, hoping that some student would actually pick it up and run with it as a startup. And so I was actually ready for Srinath more than Srinath thought I would be, right? And I actually grabbed him with both arms and said, let's actually run with this. And that set the stage for lots of other domino effects to happen. And when I founded E-Plane, Srinath was my motivation in the sense that a guy who is half my age can actually go do rockets. Why can't I actually take a shot at the second half of my career to actually at least make a plane? Yeah.
That's cool. Kamal, you've been in aviation for a long time, and your life in Tamil Nadu has actually been as long as your aviation career, right? You know, SpiceJet originated in this part of the world, and what's your favorite city in Tamil Nadu and why?
Okay, so I have traveled to about 6 cities in Tamil Nadu, and I really liked when I went to visit the Meenakshi temple in Madurai. I think I liked that city very much. But I think the action is also in Chennai. That's where I keep coming every month for something or the other. And I think Chennai has, is being the capital and has the largest wealth of resources and the wealth as well. So any endeavor that I have to work on, and E-Plane is one of them, as in the hybrid electric aircraft, yes, that's where hopefully we'll find our roots and find a good investor who comes forward and believes in the project and agrees to put in the funds. So I hope that's where we are.
That's cool. Srinath, what is your most favorite space moment? I've seen the rougher side of you on those days, but share the fun side.
The fun side was on the day of course I'm going to talk about the launch. On the day of the launch, seeing the screen where the rocket was standing, where our rocket was standing, and we were all so used to seeing the rocket on that screen. This was actually a camera focusing on the rocket with the shoreline and the ocean in the background. And I almost forgot what it would look like without the rocket, because we were stuck on the pad for a really long time, trying to, get the last bit of the things right. So on the day of, and I heard the same thing from most of the people in the team as well. The best moment was seeing that exact same screen without the rocket, because the rocket had lifted off. So I think that is the biggest moment. It takes so much effort from the team to get that to happen, and I think that is the favorite moment. The one thing, I'll tell you about the one thing that I missed that day, right? So we did our launch from our own launch pad location and our own mission control room, which was like a cargo container made into a full-fledged control room. And the team that was actually driving the launch was there. This was about 4 kilometers from the launch point. Moin and I, we were all in the actual ISRO mission control room, which was 25 kilometers away. So one thing that the actual team got to feel was the sound of the rocket flying. They heard the engine flying, which I have only heard on a recording. So that is something that I miss. Hopefully someday I'll also be there hearing it often. Of course, I've heard the engine firing on the ground, but they actually were comparing it to a plane flying and so on, which I could really never relate to. But those are the best moments. I think more than me, the team felt it so powerfully. So I think that's a very, very special moment.
That's cool. Livans, your parents still live in Chennai, Thoothukudi, right?
Yes, but then I think they've abandoned them to Chennai.
Oh, okay. So when do you think you're going to launch from Kulasegarapatnam? Because Kulasegarapatnam has been in the space circle for almost like my entire life since I was a kid. But now I'm starting to see reality. When do you think it's going to happen?
I think based on what Mr. Narayan said, by 2026, the spaceport should be done, at least for the first launch pad to be operational. And our goal is to have the first launch done by late 2028 to early 2029. And
29?
29, yes. And we are really trying to work aggressively towards it, especially because we did our very first cryogenic engine test. And right now we are doing a full-scale engine test this quarter. So if we really scale that up and then add our passion and aggressiveness to it, we really think we should be able to get there soon. And our one hope is we have wonderful investors like you, Ish, to really support that project. So that's what we are seeing in terms of launch.
What's your favorite food in Thoothukudi?
I'm not that picky in food, but then Alvar Paratha, that's, yes.
That's pretty cool. Jay, when is your first mission going to happen?
So we have
You guys are doing some test missions right now, right?
So we have a lot of on-ground testing ongoing, but we're planning to launch our first 2 satellites next year, which will dock physically in space. That's on the mission, but before that we do a lot of tests on ground at ISRO facilities which simulate the microgravity environment of space, and we do a lot of simulations on how the spacecrafts will move, maneuver to each other and interact in space. So right now a lot of groundwork has been happening literally and figuratively, and by the next year we're planning to launch 2 satellites and also bring this together in space.
That's cool. Do you think these guys are good enough for you to be your launch partner?
Yeah, definitely. Like the goals they have, the price points that they want to reach, it's like the best in the world. So yeah.
Who would you pick one if I had to tell you one now?
Whoever gives me a better discount, I'll take that.
I'm just having fun. Jay, you've been such a big inspiration to me ever since I spoke to you. I said, again, I'm telling you, my only mission is to get you back to Chennai at some point, okay? And I'm not going to give up on that. Again, it's an amazing set of people that I end up working with, from Professor Satya to Kamal, who I almost talk every day. I wish I can get more of your time. And Srinath, I can't find time with you. You're just a busy man flying all over the world. And Livans, no, you don't have a choice. You have to deal with me now. And Jay, finally, it's nice to meet you in person. Thank you again for being here. You guys have been wonderful, wonderful friends, partners to work with. I so want to see what is in front of us in 2030 when all of you are going to be in all the prominent magazines in the world. And, Srinath, already you've been there. Satya has made it, but I wish the best for all of you and look forward to working with you. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, everyone. It's been a wonderful journey here.
Thank you so much for the inspiring session, sir. It's time for felicitation. I would like to invite the Brajendra Navneet IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Information Technology and Digital Services onto the stage. So I would like to invite Dr. Albi John Varghese IAS, Chief Executive Officer, TNEGA onto the stage for the felicitation. And first felicitation to moderator, Mr. Ish Sundaram, President, Udpata Ventures. Felicitation to Professor Satya Chakravarti, Founder and CEO, ePlay. Felicitation to Mr. Srinath Ravichandran, Founder and CEO, Agnikul Cosmos. And felicitation to moderator, Mr. Ish Sundaram, President, Udpata Ventures. Felicitation to Mr. Livan Samudan, CEO and Founder, Cosmic Port. Felicitation to Mr. Jay Panchal, Founder and CEO, Allspace. And final felicitation to Mr. Kamal Hingaroni, Chief Customer Officer, SpiceJet. And once again, thank you so much for the moderator and all speakers for the insightful session today. Thank you. So the next session we are going to start in few minutes. Kindly I request all students to be seated in your respective seats. இன்னும் சில நிமிடங்களில் அடுத்த அமர்வை நாம் தொடங்க இருக்கின்றோம். மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் அடுத்த அமர்வில் பங்கேற்க இருக்கின்றார்கள். அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய இருக்கைகளில் அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். So within few minutes we are going for the next session. And in this session we have the release of Tamil Nadu's first student innovation directory, a landmark milestone in the Umagine DX journey. அடுத்ததாக நடைபெறக்கூடிய அமர்வில் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் மற்றும் அரசு முதன்மை செயலாளர் அவர்களும் உரையாற்ற இருக்கின்றார்கள். அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய இருக்கையில் அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். So we welcome our Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services to the hall. So next we are going for the memorable moment. Umagine DX is India's largest student industry technology convergence platform. It's not just an event but a long-term moment to prepare the next generation for a digital-first and innovation-driven economy. We now showcase a brief film on Umagine DX, a platform shaping the innovators of tomorrow. Can we have a video, please?
Vanakkam. We are privileged to have our Honorable Minister, PTR sir, with us today. It is going to be a very interesting discussion on Umagine. What is that for the student and for the institution? Vanakkam, sir. I am honored to interview you. Sir, there's a lot many subjects on Umagine Tn that's going on, and now there is a recent trend on Umagine DX. We take this opportunity to discuss with you with few questions and take more inputs that how and what way this Umagine DX is going to help students of Tamil Nadu and for the institutions as well.
Let me put it maybe as quickly as possible. The whole notion starts with, at least in my case, my personal life experience, which is that exposure is the beginning of everything. I first have to know that something exists, that something is out there, that there is a concept, there is an idea. I heard it best described that knowledge is like a balloon. The more you know, the more you realize what all is out there adjacent to it that you don't know. And so it is a way of actually increasing your learning when you get exposed to things. You start thinking about things you've never really thought about. So the point of Imagine, which was started back when I was in finance and we funded it with a GO for annual funding, was that we should have such a conference every year in the tech space as a way of getting it into the calendars of all the big tech companies and giants, but mostly because we wanted that to be young minds' exposure to the kinds of things they otherwise would not see in their regular colleges and classes and things like that. In that sense, over 3 years, we built it into an annual event, into the regular calendar. We were successful. But every year, we felt like the number of students who wanted to come were much more than the students who actually could physically come. And of course, we are streaming this content, but at some other level, there's nothing like a physical interaction. And so, with the help of ICT Academy and SCAO Tech, we decided this year that we would ask institutions to volunteer. Would you like to be a partner for Umagine DX? And run some sessions. We'll still continue to stream the actual contents. But would you like to run some physical sessions there with people in the audience? And with speakers who they otherwise wouldn't see. And in some cases, ideally from my perspective, alumni of those institutions who have gone on to have great careers. In that case, it is a double benefit. It's not only exposure, it is inspiration. Because whenever you sit in a hall and you see one of your former students up on the stage, the natural kind of positive vibe is, I also can be like that. Correct. So these were the reasons I think that we decided to put it together. And I'm so happy that even in the first year, already 60 institutions have signed up, and now I started with an estimate of a few thousand, but now I think over the 61 sessions, maybe up to 20,000 students will be exposed in their colleges, often by their alumni, to things they have not contemplated before, and hopefully they'll be inspired. That's the plan.
Fantastic, sir. What to put here is what is the vision behind first directory on students' innovation?
Yeah, that I think, as we say all the while, in this volatile world, as in the age of this inflection point in the IT sector, where we're going away from more mundane, more routine, more programming type jobs to more AI supported and creative and unique jobs and startups. Employment in the future will be much more in startups proportionally and much less in traditional companies in my estimation. So in that notion, we have already seen in Tamil Nadu a huge surge in the number of registered startups, gone up from below 4,000 to 12,000. And we're very proud in Tamil Nadu that half of them are women-led startups. But this is a wave that is not a 2-year or 3-year wave, this is a 10-year or 15-year wave. In that sense, we want to both acknowledge the brilliant ideas that are coming out, compile them, and let those be inspirations to other people to say that young people are coming up with ideas from their own communities, from their own surroundings, from their own experience. And there's the old adage that necessity is the mother of invention. So we want to go back to that notion that solutions for problems that affect our lives come from us, and especially from young people who are not yet cluttered in their thinking. One of the advantages of youth, relatively the knowledge may be lower because over time we gain experience and knowledge. But also the constraints are lower. You can think blue sky. When you get older, you start worrying about the corporate structure and this and that and everything else in your career and security. So I think this compendium will be a great first attempt, and hopefully we keep doing this annually for Umagine DX and this compendium. And I think it should be both recognition for the people listed in it, and inspiration for all those who get to read.
That's a simple question that I want to go forward, because I think we would like to take your advice to the entire, from top to the bottom of Tamil Nadu. Simple question is, what are 3 skills that you think that the young generation should definitely focus today for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the first I would say is a reversal of a trend over the last 20, 30 years. Right? Like in my generation, a lot of us studied engineering and science and physics and maths and ended up becoming software developers, programmers, and IT guys and analysts. I think that is going to reverse dramatically. I think now it is a return to subject specialty, whether that is in the humanities, in the arts, in engineering, in medicine. I think more of us will actually go back to doing the things we learned that are uniquely kind of that field, and not have to go and program computers, because the programming will take care of itself. The agents will take care of it. So I think the first thing is to say, whatever your subject is, whether that is psychology or biology or medieval art or chemical engineering like me, you will probably end up doing a lot more work in that subject and continue to be in that subject as opposed to shifting to some software or IT job. The second I would say is that in the age of AI, the interhuman interactions that otherwise were the core of our society back long ago will become more and more important. That is, the ability to understand others, to relate to others, to acknowledge where they're coming from. So I think, some measure of psychology, kind of understanding of human interaction and relations, and the ability to empathize and get along with people, and to tell the difference between a human and a machine. The machine may be better at output, but it doesn't have empathy, it doesn't have context, it doesn't have that. So I think this what do you call it? Anugumurai, the ability to get along with people and to understand and think about how others react and behave, I think will be my concern. It always has in my life experience, but it will become even more vital. And I think the third thing which a lot of people should think about is our societal construct, which is partly based on our constitution, our democratic values, our this thing, but partly based on the norms of society, of elders compared to young people, of family structures, things like that. This kind of socio-political construct will be the basis on which any future world operates anyway, in the meaning of, in the age of automation or agentic or semi-automation of AI. So from a perspective of ethics, from the law, from what will be acceptable or not acceptable in terms of, as I said, medical diagnosis or, the judgment. If, let's assume you had a perfect AI engine that could deliver a case judgment better than any human being, we wouldn't accept that coming out. We'd need a human being as a judge, and we'd still need to be able to appeal, based on things. So the structure of society, the nature of ethics, the concept of the law, of how, what is acceptable, what is not. These all, I think, will become a huge area of specialization and intense requirement for people in the age of AI. So I think these 3 skills, basically, a core field, whatever that may be, comparative literature, for example, a ability to focus on human interaction and understand it and be good at it, and then an ability to understand what the socio-political construct and the societal structure allows for, doesn't allow for, where there is going to be a need for interpretation, where the limit should be drawn, what should the model be allowed to do. These kinds of things, I think, will be very helpful.
Umagine DX stands apart as a first of its kind student industry technology convergence platform. It brings together 10,000 plus students from 60 institutions across Tamil Nadu, guided by over 125 subject matter experts in technology, innovation, and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, to mark this landmark moment in the Umagine Tn journey, we now invite our esteemed dignitaries to join us on stage for the special release ceremony. First, I would like to invite Mr. Srikanth, Chief Executive Officer, onto the stage. Ms. Srimati Shiv Shankar, CVP and Global Head, ED Tech Business, HCL Tech. Mr. Albi John Varghese, IAS, CEO, TNEGA. Mr. KP Karthikeyan, MD, ELCOT. Principal Secretary, Information Technology and Digital Services. And I would like to invite Dr. Parnivel Thiagarajan, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, onto the stage. Please welcome, sir. I would like to call upon Mr. Saravanan and Mr. Raghav Srinivasan onto the stage. Please welcome, sir. Umagine DX saw the remarkable participation of students, innovators and institutions across Tamil Nadu, bridging academy, industry and technology. We now take pride in acknowledging the colleges who have contributed to the historic student innovation movement. I would like to invite the principals and representatives of the institution onto the stage with their mementos. Please welcome, sir. Umagine DX is India's largest student industry technology convergence platform. It's not just an event, but a long-term moment to prepare the next generation for a digital-first and innovation-driven economy. Through structured learning in generative AI, design thinking, entrepreneurship, and communication, Umagine DX connects to over 10,000 students across Tamil Nadu with industry experts and practitioners from HCL Tech and beyond. So it's a group photo session. A major milestone of this initiative is the Young Innovators Directory, showcasing over 1,000 student-led ideas across people, planet, and profit, giving students visibility, institutions credibility, and industry a structured window into emerging academic innovation. So ladies and gentlemen, give them a great applause who are all standing on the stage. The principals and representatives of educational institution. So, Honorable Minister Dr. Parnivel Thiagarajan is releasing the Tamil Nadu's first Student Innovation Directory, a landmark milestone in the Umagine DX journey. The Tamil Nadu Student Innovation Directory is the first of its kind compendium capturing the brightest ideas emerging from our campuses, ideas shaped around people, planet, and profit. It reflects the innovation intent of our students today and the national impact they can create tomorrow. This directory gives students visibility, institutions credibility, and industry a real window into a talent, design thinking, and early stage innovation. We are proud to release today the Tamil Nadu's first Student Innovation Directory, a landmark milestone in the Umagine DX journey. Umagine DX stands apart as a first of its kind student, industry, technology convergence platform. It brings together 10,000 plus students from 60 institutions across Tamil Nadu, guided by over 125 subject matter experts in technology, innovation, and leadership. I would like to call upon the principals and representatives of educational institutions to have a group photo session with our Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services. The Tamil Nadu Student Innovation Directory is a first of its kind compendium capturing the brightest ideas emerging from our campuses, ideas shaped around people, planet, and profit. It reflects the innovation intent of our students today and the national impact they can create tomorrow. The directory gives students visibility, institutions credibility, and industry a real window into a talent, design thinking, and early stage innovation. We are proud to release Tamil Nadu's first Student Innovation Directory, and our Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services has released the Tamil Nadu's first Student Innovation Directory. It's a very proud moment in Umagine Tn 2026. So we thank Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services for releasing the Tamil Nadu's first Student Innovation Directory, a landmark milestone in the Umagine DX journey. So next we are going for the session, Information Technology and Digital Services Strategy, Transforming Tamil Nadu into a Future Tech Destination. அடுத்ததாக தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறையில் தமிழ்நாட்டை நவீன தொழில்நுட்பத்திற்கு மாற்றுவதற்கான வழிமுறைகள் என்ன என்பது பற்றிய அமர்வு நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. மேடையில் இருக்கும் அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய இருக்கைகளுக்கு சென்று அமருமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். தற்போது அடுத்த அமர்வை நாம் தொடங்க இருக்கின்றோம். மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் அவர்களும் அரசு முதன்மை செயலாளர் அவர்களும் இந்த அமர்வில் பங்கேற்று உரையாற்ற இருக்கின்றார்கள். So the next session will delve into the information technology and digital services strategy that is shaping Tamil Nadu into a leading future tech destination. This session will highlight the state's vision for leveraging emerging technologies, strengthening digital infrastructure, and building a vibrant innovation ecosystem. Participants will gain insights into key initiatives driving digital governance and industry growth, startup development, and talent creation. So, once again, I welcome Dr. Parnivil Tyagarajan, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, and Thiru Brajendra Navnith IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Information Technology and Digital Services, onto the stage. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all the participants and warm welcome to our Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services. It is always a pleasure to talk to you and discuss topics of interest, and I am privileged to get this opportunity to have a fireside chat with you on a big occasion like this, you imagine. Sir, first of all, I would like to seek your larger view on what as government of Tamil Nadu, we are doing for betterment of service delivery to the citizens. Because after all, the technology is what it is going to be serving the people, either in the form of government services or in the form of boosting our economy or preserving our tradition and language. So my first question is that can you please elaborate on what all government of Tamil Nadu has done for a better and effective and efficient service delivery to our people?
I think we should, first of all, thank you for the kind words and thank you for the opportunity to do this. I think we should see this in the context of the Industrial Revolution, as they say, 1.0 steam, 2.0 electricity, 3.0 information technology. Almost all firms and organizations in the world have found that what they can do with a technology platform, with continuity, with institutional memory, with the delivery through analytics and automation is so much better than what they could do with just human beings alone. That's the nature of progress. In that sense, I would say that most governments have been a bit lax, except with rare exceptions, because it is not necessarily a political issue directly. The far-sighted can say that we will improve government function and government service and use that as an electoral plank. But most governments don't feel the pressure. And therefore, I would say relative to corporates, governments had historically been a bit slow in implementation. The more immediate compulsion in my mind, and you're a long-serving officer, the amount of work that people expect from the government, the scale of the population, the scale of government, the complexity keeps on increasing. And the headcount of government employees keeps on declining. So I think when I was an MLA, the vacancy rate was 35% of sanctioned posts. Now it's north of 40. So to me, it is a natural outcome that the application of technology should be focused first on improving government function, fewer people trying to do more things, and then government-citizen connect. So that, if I break into two components, the first is how do we function better as a government? Things like e-office, things like electronic file movement, things like electronic inventory systems, things like central databases that allow the government to have better decision ability on who should be beneficiary, who's receiving what. That whole set of infrastructure IT, if you will, that I think is one thing. And I would say, as you know, we have struggled a bit, but in the last 4 years, relative to the past, I mean, not that nothing had been done before, but relative to the past, we have accelerated that quite a bit, and we're on the verge of turning the corner to full automation in processing of files or full data sets, integrated data sets, of course, with privacy concerns in mind. But I think the second area where we really add value, once we have the platform available, there is no need that a citizen should go through a human being to the platform. And so we're able to let the citizens access services or get communication relatively touchless by a human being. And this again greatly eases the load on government employees and reduces friction costs, whatever they may be. And as you know, in our time, in the e-Seva centers, we have gone from a few thousand, maybe 6,000 or 8,000 to over 30,000 in the last few years. The number of services available have gone up a lot. Now every MLA office has an e-Seva center. And so the number of transactions that are being done for driver's licenses, for pata transfers, for ration cards, mostly for lower end things like community certificate, first generation graduate certificate, death certificate, all these should eventually become completely automated. Now they're mostly automated. So I think the information technology and data backbone of the state, if it is done well, is both a multiplier of government efficiency and of institutional continuity. Otherwise, as you know, ministers change, officers change, and the system loses track. And paper files are only so good because once the volume stacks beyond a certain level, it's impossible to go and look them up. But searchable electronic records are continuity. So I think the broad ideas are not new or complex. Implementation is always the key. I'm glad that with your support, we are able to accelerate the implementation more than we had in the past.
So thank you, sir. You have very well explained, but if I can nudge you further. On service delivery, Tamil Nadu is a pioneer in e-service delivery, which is recognized at national level. But we ourselves are not satisfied, and we always want to strive harder, and you always push your team to do even better and reach higher goals. And in that context, two things come out very recently. One is that yesterday only you have launched that WhatsApp government services. And that is already gaining traction and people are getting used to it. So thank you for pushing the department to provide that 50 services, which the goal is that we will end up having higher number of services in coming months. And the second one, which you have touched upon, is also linked to evidence-based policy making for citizens, where this state family database, which is giving kind of even predictive analysis for citizens that whether they are eligible and missing out. So would you like to touch upon these two things also a little bit further? One is on the WhatsApp governance, another one is the evidence-based policy making and then predictive analysis for families to get their rightful dues under the existing schemes.
Yeah, I think they're both extremely good points. I think the first point is that my own experience when I was MLA first time, I set up call centers, I set up through WhatsApp, through social media, through phone, there's like a 12-line call center, I still run it. And so I thought this was a way to guarantee that people would reach me. But then I discovered that the lowest strata of people basically didn't have access to any of these. And so in the end, after much thought and after a year and a half or so, I set up complaint boxes or suggestion boxes in 25 or 30 locations, physical paper forms. Now you have to be a bit thoughtful how you do it. Where should the box be? How do you safeguard it? How do you collect it without an intermediary removing complaint about his or her own malfeasance? These things are complicated, but the principle is, however low you think you have reached in the economic and education spectrum, you will find that it's not quite good enough. In that sense, I would say we think that web access, we think that e-Sevai is adequate connectivity. But it is becoming clearer that at least in India, which is by far the largest market for WhatsApp, and in Tamil Nadu, where the penetration of smartphones is almost 100%, then actually nothing as simple as WhatsApp works. Even all our other channels of physically going to a e-Sevai or having a laptop or tablet and going and doing web-based is not quite adequate. So I think the notion of going to WhatsApp is to make it even more accessible and to go all the way to the person. Now again, in theory that doesn't cover 100%, but it probably takes the coverage from 60 or 70% to 90 or 95%. So it's a vital component. I congratulate the team. We did it in record time at low cost. And I hope that, as you say, we are now at 50. We should at least get to 100% of the services in e-Sevai. And that itself keeps climbing. So eventually, my own view is that almost all daily or regularly expected citizen requirements should not require a government servant in the middle. Should be inline processing if your data is good enough. And that gets to the second point you made. All our surveys tell us that even though we are focused on social justice, equity, upliftment of the bottom, when Anna said equal handouts is not the right way to do it, I want to give greater handouts to those who are less well off, because equality is in the outcome, not in the outgo. So in that sense, all our surveys indicate that the lowest component, that is, I'll take you a specific example, old age pensions. old age pensions for women without children. Our surveys show that they reach all the way from, the first applicant almost down to the last eligible applicant. Who we are missing are the people who are desperately in need of it the most. Because either they don't have a relative or somebody to tell them the program exists, or they don't have somebody to help them fill out the form, or they don't have a phone on which to do the application. And so there is a natural limitation if it is a application-based approach. And you will miss the most vulnerable, the most needy. And so the ability of the state to actually have its own data system to say, here's a voter ID, here's an identity that this person exists. We can see that the age is 80, and she is not receiving any benefit, and her address is listed as something that nobody else lives in. Why don't we go and find out if she's eligible and get her the form? I think this is the value of having good data, is that the intent can be executed in a push direction instead of just the pull direction, because the pull always will have a limitation of the most vulnerable, the least connected, the least informed, and this is a way to cover for that.
Thank you. Very, very well explained, sir. Actually, in the challenge always in social welfare distribution system or a social welfare estate is how to cut down and minimize the exclusion errors. And data-driven administration, as you were saying, is kind of helping us in moving towards that direction where we not only minimize, we can actually eliminate exclusion errors if we have a standard guidelines.
Yeah, I think it's a philosophy of the government, but most governments in a country like India would say that exclusion errors are much more acceptable than inclusion errors. On the margin, if you have an ineligible beneficiary giving something, in most cases we say that's okay. It's not ideal, but we can live with it. Exclusion errors are moral failures because you have people who you want to get to, and so eliminating those should be the priority, and I think these systems help us with that. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And now let me now switch from the government to citizens, since information technology is so embedded into day-to-day life that a lot of things what we do, we take it for granted and we don't understand that how much work government or the business has done to deliver those services to the, and one classic example is that the COVID period, when not only Tamil Nadu or India, we know that we are the backbone of the back offices and GCCs. All insurance companies, health insurance companies and hospitals across the globe were running because Chennai was providing the back office services and GCC services, and for that, if state would not have done that infrastructure provision, the connectivity provision and the movement provision of professionals during the tough time, entire global healthcare system would have taken a hit. So same way, sir, I am coming now to the topic of from government to citizen, now government to business. What all we have done or we are doing to improve what we call ease of doing business, because we hear a lot about ease of doing business in the manufacturing sector, but ease of doing business for services sectors are slightly different from what we generally feel in the. But the government has done a whole lot of things on that, including rationalizing the existing provisions, existing processes, remapping those flowcharts, and providing, in fact, we have provided 10 services, which was launched by Honorable CM on Simple Gov platform. We are working on 50 more such services to be launched maybe by the month end or something like that. Apart from that, from the investment and these services point of view, would you like to say that what exactly we have done in last 5 years, which is attracting so much of investment and eagerness of new people to come and join Tamil Nadu's story?
Yeah, I'll break that into two parts, though it's not 100% our department. But I think ease of doing business in some way is similar to the ease of citizen accessing service, because the more you automate it, the more you remove onerous kind of personal interaction, and the more you give things like deemed approval after a certain period, helps a lot. So even for our department, for example, for cell phone towers, we are the nodal agency in Elcott. And there used to be a lot of complaints that the law says deemed approval in 30 days. But in fact, it's not happening. And when we go to the area to set up the tower, the police say the fact that you have an application dated 30 days or more ago is not enough. So we made a simple fix where we basically allowed them to download a self-certificate that if your application is more than 30 days, you have a deemed approval, auto-generated certificate. And now the police take that and say, okay, you can set up a tower. That's just one small example. But I think, if I'm honest, we have done a lot. Simple Gov was ambitious. It's better than nothing that we have, about 50. There's a lot of resistance in a lot of cases because departments don't want to give up their prerogatives of oversight and review. But if I'm honest, it's still early days. I think there's a lot more we can do. I'll take the other approach, which is that the regulatory part of government in the space of technology is a small part. It may be a bar, but it's not a great accelerator yet. The investment part and the focus on the startups part and the providing of funding part, those things are great accelerators. And there I would say we have done a lot more, from setting up Startup TN in the MSME department to IT&T in our department, to various seed funds and sector funds, like in TNIFMC, the Emerging Sector Seed Fund, like the SCST Venture Capital Fund. We have so many funds and so many incubators and so many initiatives, and we run festivals and conferences like IT&T, like Startup Tiruvula. And I think in a world where the oligopolistic tech model is under stress because of regulatory concerns of hegemony, then as we see startups becoming the future and we see localized innovation and solutions for localized problems being long-term outcomes rather than every startup has to be valued 10 billion or 50 billion. I think Tamil Nadu always was the strongest state in MSME. Yesterday I was sitting next to the CII chairman and he told me two things. One I knew, one I didn't know. He said 1/6 of the entire CII membership is Tamil Nadu based. And let's say we're 10% of the GDP, let's say we're 5% of the population. The fact that 16% plus of CII membership is Tamil Nadu based is quite remarkable. It tells you a culture of entrepreneurship, of industrial kind of bent. But the second thing he told me was that the largest component are MSMEs. Now, I thought CII was only for like large conglomerates and big multinationals and all that. So this question is very important because all my life, my experience as 30 years an expat going all over the world, a healthy democracy requires a strong and large middle class, middle-sized enterprises, middle ground in social debate and politics. A middle is a good sign that you have a balanced, healthy society. Otherwise, you get oligopolies or barons, robber barons, and kind of crony capitalism, or you get abject poverty. So I think a lot of Tamil Nadu's traditional strengths in the notion of the middle, high consumption, relatively high per capita income, large middle class with relatively low poor, and relatively to Gujarat, fewer ultra-rich. I think technology actually is a facilitator and a maintainer of this equilibrium if we do it right, and I hope we're doing some of that.
Again, sir, very well explained that on one hand, government is looking at process re-engineering, process automation, putting up infrastructure and building institutions for going forward. On the other, very rightly, sir, you have pointed out that we have to take care of the middle, because at the country level, what is missing is that from primary, we have jumped to services, tertiary sector. And fortunately, Tamil Nadu is holding strong on the manufacturing sector. And in between what you said, that the role of MISMEs and this thing is very important, and we are taking care of that. Maybe more than 25% of our economy is coming from manufacturing, which country is aspiring for last 15, 20 years to move up from 15, 16 to 25 level. Now this takes me, sir, for the future plan that when we say that 2030, $1 trillion economy for Tamil Nadu, ITES sector or services sector has to play a much bigger role, because we want to have not only the traditional 10% share of whatever is happening at the country level. We want to outpace that growth, and we are doing that by having 14.19% of growth in the last financial year. So what is the plan now for the future for Tamil Nadu to keep this momentum going and rightly reach the target of $1 trillion economy, where IT and ITS sector taking a lead role, sir?
I think for a country like us, there is no way to sustain the 10, 12, 15% real growth that is required to get to 1 trillion without having a international connect. And I don't mean like the old World Trade Order of universal trade with America being the dollar and the regulator and the arbiter. But I mean, we have to leverage international capital and international markets in some way, bilaterally, regionally, to actually get that kind of growth. Because where we are in our economic development, we are not a self-sustaining economy that can quite drive ourselves. And it's a natural equilibrium. If you get to that scale, then your natural growth rate is 3 or 4%. When you're lower, you can grow faster. When you're higher, you can only grow slower. So I think this crucial phase is that we have to connect with a lot of international ideas, capital, markets, services, opportunities, but it may be bilateral. It may be Malaysia or Singapore or Europe or Australia. And one great luxury we have is the diaspora. And the Tamil diaspora, which has gone on to do phenomenally well in many parts of the world, particularly in the space of technology, is driving a lot of investment and new ideas back into Tamil Nadu. We're seeing a lot of startups by people who are returning, and a lot of investment even in scale companies. And even large companies like the one I went to here, Comcast, NBC Universal, which was only about 150 or 200 people when it started 6 years ago, is now 7,000 people. And that is driven by a returning Tamil expat who basically runs it. So I think these are the natural advantages. But I think we have to focus a lot on the fact that AI is going to change the nature of the tech industry. And to me, that is not a solution that is within the IT department. Of course, we have, the CM has announced the 2 million square feet, 18-acre AI kind of hub in Coimbatore. We have other centers of excellence. We have other, and in the quantum space, we are trying to get with IIT Madras, the quantum algorithm kind of center of excellence. All these are, in fact, this session, this stage this morning had a kind of introduction to quantum computing. So we have the human talent, we can move them up the scale, but what I feel is the most important is that the basic education curriculum has to change. And that has to change starting at the primary schools, because we have transitioned to a new era. What the era of automation in manufacturing did, the era of automation in programming is going to do. And so the real investment for the future, in my view, is going to be changing the curriculum, changing the teacher training from the bottom up.
Again, you have hit, if I may say, the nail, that if we have to continue the momentum and sustain this, then we need to work on the human capital. That is a no-brainer. At the same time, you have also touched upon the roles of people who are living outside India, outside Tamil Nadu, but they are willing to contribute. And in fact, incidentally, in a couple of days, we have in the same venue that non-resident Tamil conference coming up, where we are going to see all of them. They are coming, and some of them have even joined early and were part of our deliberations and discussions. This leads to, you also touched upon something on AI and the curriculum and the faculty training. So we have organizations like Tamil Virtual Academy, which is not only working hard to connect to the root, like the way they have ramped up their digitization of manuscripts and old literature and all, it is actually working in a very sound and methodical manner in which they are bringing up that base for the language modules. Because yesterday we have seen in one of the sessions that how a language model or any generative AI model, if it is trained on a foreign concept or a foreign tradition, can throw very surprising or wrong results. So Tamil Nadu and India being unique in this diversity, every state has to come up with those language modules. Tamil Virtual Academy has done that. Under your guidance, again, even in Legislative Assembly, we have done that part of preserving the past debate and this thing. So I would like to again ask you that, what is the plan now for the future again for organizations like Virtual Academy to, one, connect to the history, culture, and two, provide enough resources for the future growth, particularly relating to AI and language modules?
Yeah, this might be the most important question of all, sir, because you see, for any race, for any community, for any society, there are things such as core values, core identity, shared notion of who we are. And for us, from the name that we call ourselves, Tamilar, it comes from the language. In that sense, protecting and preserving the language is a core responsibility for all of us. But you have to realize that the world keeps changing all the time. So what I really like about Tamil Virtual Academy was not just that we have better records, better Tamil Virtual Library than any source I know, and that we're adding hundreds of thousands of records to it every year, and that the utilization has gone up to something like 170 million views from like, maybe few million. So it's a self-fulfilling equilibrium. The more content you have, the more views you have, the more people realize its value, the more they contribute documents and historical records. A few days ago, I opened the section contributed by G.D. Naidu, a great friend of my family's, and that has some 30,000 odd records already, going from 1938 onwards to now. So, this is a ecosystem that needs to be preserved for future generations, particularly for generations of Tamil identity who live overseas, who are so important to us. We also do a lot of IT-based Tamil training. So whether it's videos, whether it's live sessions, and we support the efforts to teach Tamil overseas through certification of Tamil teachers through online training. So I think we're going to give away in a few days the first set of diplomas, government-given diploma in Tamil teaching to non-resident Tamils around the world, in a few days. So this is vital work. But I think above all, what you pointed out is a language is only useful as long as everyday life is fit within it and it fits within everyday life, right? Like long ago, my grandfather wrote in one of his memoirs that he was concerned how some words in English had no equivalent or near equivalent words in Tamil. And he spoke to a bunch of Tamil scholars and they said, you see, the language reflects the life. In the case of these particular words, I think it was somber or something like that. He said, our traditions don't have any notion of such occasions, right? Even deaths and funerals are vibrant with full of family and trying to support people, and it's an interactive thing. So everybody stays quiet, everybody wears black, everybody keeps their head down. There is no place in our culture, therefore there is no word for it. So, it is such an intricate link between language and everyday life. And so as we transition to this age of AI, and as we saw yesterday, the models are shaped by those who put into it, then it is vital that we keep on adapting Tamil and digital Tamil, or Kani Tamil, as was started by Kalaignar with the vision back 25 years ago, the first Manadu happened, and from Tamil keyboards and Tamil scripts and Tamil fonts in those days to Tamil learning models and Tamil large language models, and we participate with the Government of India's Bhashini as well, and we want to make sure that there are full Tamil models that are shaped by us, our culture, our fact set, our images, and our match between our images and our language. And in that, I think yesterday's demonstration by the lyricist and composer and computer scientist Madan Karki was a classic and heartening example that the entire Tamil song was created just with a model built by Tamilians for Tamil music with Tamil words and lyric generation. And I think this is by far the most important, because as important as preserving the past and maintaining identity and continuing to facilitate the learning and teaching of Tamil is around the world, the adaptation of the language to the needs of everyday life, of society, of technology is what keeps it alive, is what keeps it vibrant. And a language that is thousands of years old will sustain for thousands of years more, oldest living language possibly in most perception, should continue to be that forever.
Thank you, sir. So with that, I think we have covered all the 4 aspects of this thing. And as you have explained, it is very clear that if I can borrow from a advertisement tagline, that what it says that getting ready, the kind of investment and interest is pouring in with industry and all, getting ready for Tamil Nadu. So your team is making Tamil Nadu ready.
Thank you very much. Very thoughtful
Thank you.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to call upon Dr. K.P. Karthikeyan, IAS Managing Director, ELCOT, to felicitate our Honorable Minister and our Principal Secretary. So it was an awesome fireside chat on information technology and digital services strategy, transforming Tamil Nadu into a future tech destination. And now felicitation to our Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan. And now felicitation to Thiru Brajendra Namnit IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Information Technology and Digital Services, by Mr. K.P. Karthikeyan, MD, ELCOT. Thank you once again, sir, for the insightful session. ஸோ இப்போ நம்ம வந்து லஞ்ச் பிரேக் போக போகிறோம். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஆஃப்டர்நூன் இன்னும் நிறைய இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்கான செஷன்ஸ் எல்லாமே இருக்குது. ஸோ ஆஃப்டர்நூன் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா திரைப்பட நடிகர் திரு அரவிந்த் சுவாமி செஷன்ஸ் வந்து பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுறாரு. அண்ட் ஹீ இஸ் கோயிங் டு டாக் ஆன் பேஷன் ப்ரப்பல்ஸ் பாசிபிலிட்டிஸ் ப்ரிப்பேரிங் யூத் ஃபார் அ டெக் ட்ரிவைன் ஃபியூச்சர். அண்ட் அடுத்த செஷனில் இயக்குனர் மணிரத்னம் அவர்களும் பங்கேற்க இருக்கிறார்கள். So the session, the technology behind storytelling, a panel on cinematic innovation. So அடுத்த 1 மணி நேரத்தில் இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைவரும் மீண்டும் தங்களுடைய இருக்கைக்கு வருமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். தற்போது உணவு இடைவேளைக்கு பிறகு அனைவரும் இதே அரங்கிற்கு வருமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். இன்று மாலை நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்றைய நிறைவு விழா நிகழ்விற்கு பங்கேற்க இருக்கின்றார்கள். இன்று மாலை 4 மணி அளவில் நிறைவு விழா நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. ஆகையால் அனைவரும் உங்களுடைய மதிய உணவை முடித்துவிட்டு மீண்டும் இந்த இருக்கையிலேயே வந்து அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே ஏழைகள் இல்லாத நாடு அனைவருக்கும் ஒரு வீடு போதை இல்லாத உலகம் மோதல் இல்லாத உறவு சாதி இல்லாத சமநிலை போர்கள் இல்லாத காலம்
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே
ஊழலில்லாத உலகம் உடல் நலம் போலே மனநலம் பாதுகாப்பான தேசம் பகையில்லாத நேசம்
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே
Check. I request any representative of Startup TN to come onto the stage. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இன்னும் சற்று நேரத்தில் மதிய அமர்வை நாம் தொடங்க இருக்கின்றோம். We'll be starting the session shortly. Kindly request all dignitaries to keep your mobile phones in silent mode. அரங்கில் உள்ள அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய மொபைல் போன்களை சைலண்ட் மோடில் வைக்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே, ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே. ஏழைகள் இல்லாத நாடு, அனைவருக்கும் ஒரு வீடு, போதை இல்லாத உலகம், மோதல் இல்லாத உறவு, சாதி இல்லாத சமநிலை, போர்கள் இல்லாத காலம்.
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே, ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே.
ஊழலில்லாத உலகம், உடல் நலம் போலே மனநலம், பாதுகாப்பான தேசம், பகையில்லாத நேசம்.
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே, ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே.
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே, ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே. ஏழைகள் இல்லாத நாடு, அனைவருக்கும் ஒரு வீடு, போதை இல்லாத உலகம், மோதல் இல்லாத உறவு, சாதி இல்லாத சமநிலை, போர்கள் இல்லாத காலம்.
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே, ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே.
ஊழலில்லாத உலகம், உடல் நலம் போலே மனநலம், பாதுகாப்பான தேசம், பகையில்லாத நேசம்.
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே, ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே.
அரங்கத்திற்கு வெளியே இருக்கும் அனைவரும் அரங்கத்திற்கு உள்ளே வருமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். இன்னும் சற்று நேரத்தில் நாம் அடுத்த அமர்வை தொடங்க இருக்கின்றோம். டேலண்ட் மேக்ஸிமஸ் ஃபவுண்டர், சேர்மன் மற்றும் நடிகர் திரு அரவிந்த் சுவாமி அவர்கள் இந்த அமர்வில் பங்கேற்க இருக்கின்றார்கள். பேஷன்ஸ் ப்ரப்பல்ஸ் பாசிபிலிட்டிஸ் ப்ரிப்பேரிங் யூத் ஃபார் டெக் ட்ரிவன் ஃபியூச்சர் என்கின்ற தலைப்பில் அவர் உரையாற்ற இருக்கின்றார். அரங்கத்திற்கு வெளியே இருக்கும் அனைவரும் அரங்கத்திற்கு உள்ளே வந்து அமருமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே, ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே. ஏழைகள் இல்லாத நாடு, அனைவருக்கும் ஒரு வீடு, போதை இல்லாத உலகம், மோதல் இல்லாத உறவு, சாதி இல்லாத சமநிலை, போர்கள் இல்லாத காலம். உடல் நலம் போலே மனநலம் பாதுகாப்பான தேசம் பகையில்லாத நேசம்
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே ஏழைகள் இல்லாத நாடு அனைவருக்கும் ஊழலில்லாத உலகம் உடல் நலம் போலே மனநலம் பாதுகாப்பான தேசம் பகையில்லாத நேசம்
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே ஏழைகள் இல்லாத நாடு அனைவருக்கும் ஒரு வீடு போதை இல்லாத உலகம் மோதல் இல்லாத உறவு சாதி இல்லாத சமநிலை போர்கள் இல்லாத காலம்
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே
ஊழலில்லாத உலகம் உடல் நலம் போலே மனநலம் பாதுகாப்பான தேசம் பகையில்லாத நேசம்
என் கனவும் உன் கனவும் ஒன்றே ஒன்றிணைந்தால் மெய்ப்படுமே இன்றே
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, innovators, thinkers, and change makers. Welcome back to the afternoon session of Day 2 at Umagine, the platform where ideas are ignited, innovations take shape, and collaborations find new meaning. And today the session is Passion Propels Possibilities, preparing youth for a tech-driven future. And today's speaker, proudly I would like to invite Mr. Arvind Swamy, actor and founder, Chairman, Talent Maximus, onto the stage, sir. In this thought-provoking session, Mr. Aravind Swamy, acclaimed actor, entrepreneur, and founder chairman of Ralal Maximus, reflects on how passion can shape purpose and unlock limitless possibilities in a rapidly evolving world. I would like to invite Mr. Aravind Swamy, actor and founder chairman, Talent Maximus, onto the stage.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, officers of the government, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank the organizers for asking me to be here today, to be a part of Umagine and to address you all. I know this is a post-lunch session, statistically the most dangerous for a speaker. This is when your digestion competes with your attention. And if I find anybody yawning, we've decided that we'll take it as a sign that you want to make a special contribution to the State Welfare Fund. Jokes apart, over the next 30 minutes, I will share with you some of my experiences and perspectives from my life. I understand that there are a lot of young entrepreneurs, students, and I think this section would probably be what I think would be useful to you. I will share with you. Before we go on to talk about technology, AI, the possibilities of the future, I would like to address a few fundamental qualities, traits, tools I think that would be useful for you as you take on roles of leadership or progress in your careers. When you talk about leadership, leadership is about motivating the people around you and taking them towards a common objective that you may have. But leadership does not start with leading people. Leadership will have to start with what we would classify as self-awareness. So what is self-awareness? Self-awareness is to understand who you are and what you want to do in life. All of you youngsters will be given a lot of opportunities in life, will face a lot of challenges. You will come to decision points in your life in which, if you have a framework that you can create, which I did for myself, it really helps in the decision-making process. It's not an easy set of questions to answer. So where I would start off is that sometimes we are clear as to what we don't want to be, what we don't want to become, and what we will definitely not do. That's a starting point to create this framework. All of us have our influences in life, be it your environment, be it people that you meet, especially at a younger age. And to me, one of the greatest influences in my life has been my father. I've heard many stories about how he left his village in Melatur as a teenager and moved to Calcutta to make a life for himself. In order to survive and sustain, he did many jobs involving physical labor, was a teaching assistant in a school, was a bookkeeper in a shop, did whatever he had to do to get by. This was also pre-independent India, so he was a part of the Bengal
underground movement. And during the times of partition and riots, I heard stories from many people around him who have told me how he dressed up as a policeman and went around rescuing people despite the grave risk that he faced in doing so. This was never told by him to me, but told by many families from Calcutta at the time. It is a truly inspirational story, a story of adventure, a story of things that I don't know if I will ever be able to do given the situation. He went on to then trade in the Calcutta Stock Exchange post-independence, did play a significant role in the export of steel from India and the import of special steel for products, for large projects, and went on to start Kaveri Engineering Industries in Tiruchirappalli in 1963, heavy engineering, and also was a great philanthropist. Now, this kind of a story, when you grow up with, doing the same thing in a 9-to-5 job doesn't sound appealing to an individual who aspires to emulate somebody like that. It clearly sets a self-awareness framework for me, and it helped me understand that I am actually an explorer, somebody who's curious about things, somebody who wants to learn and unlearn and attempt new things and not worry about failure, build my resilience. And those are the things that I will talk about. So, as a teenager, I had the opportunity to explore modeling for my pocket money. I decided to audition with Mr. Maniratnam for a movie called Talabadi. Went on to do a film like Roja and Bombay, but I did not know at any point in time when I walked into Mr. Maniratnam's office anything about acting or filmmaking. I just was confident that I could attempt and something good can come out of it. I was open to opportunities. I also did not know at that time that Roja and Bombay would become such successful pan-India films, and I had no clue or understanding what stardom brought with it. I had given a thought to how I would deal with failure, but nobody prepared me for success. So I was, with no ambition to be a star, with no background in filmmaking, I found myself being closeted, becoming a recluse, being uncomfortable with the kind of films that were being offered to me, which were commercial formulaic films. But this template of self-awareness gave me clarity that these are things that I did not want to do. And I'm not judging those who would like to go into anything to the contrary, but being aware of what I would like to do and would not like to do is the point that I'm trying to make here. So, in those days, internet and accessing information was not as it is today. So I walked into a bookstore called Landmark, and I went and picked up a few books on equity trading, some stories of traders and what kind of trades they made and why they did it, and some technical analysis, books on technical analysis, which I used to learn and decided to embark on a trading and investment path in the mid-90s. I decided to choose and do films with directors like Bharathan, with director Mahendran, with Mr. Balu Mahendra, and people with whom I could work and learn something that I had an opportunity to embark on, which was not in my original set of plans. In doing so, it gave me a great satisfaction to learn about the craft of filmmaking. It also gave me time to, kind of not address the traps of stardom. It gave me a time to understand the markets and trade and invest. And also gave me some time, by refusing some movie projects, to learn about processes and process re-engineering. I've heard our minister talk about what he has done, in his postgraduate and doctoral program, and it was something that, I was excited about. In the late 90s, I had the opportunity to collaborate with people from the US, a set of investors, a set of businessmen who were already running some businesses related to HR processes. And we got together and decided to address the opportunities that were available in various verticals, in various domains, on how to study processes, how to decouple them, move them offshore, re-engineer them for better efficiency in both time and cost, use technology to do that. And we built one of the fastest growing enterprises in the BPO segment, which was not very popular at that time. We were still Y2K. I still remember trying to pitch the business to investors and having a tough time since we were not considered high-end services like the other services companies in India. But it didn't deter us from continuing to do what we were interested in. And we grew rapidly, addressing the healthcare vertical, the financial services vertical, the mutual fund transaction business, insurance, payroll, re-engineering, creating systems, and also using geographical advantages like with India, Philippines, China, and engaging in processes. Due to personal reasons and wanting to spend time with children, somewhere around 2005 or so, I decided to exit some of those businesses and adapt to what I thought was priority at that point in time, which was taking care of my kids. So I decided to start new ventures which would not call for much travel, in which I had to unlearn a management way in which I was very hands-on. I was a ops and a techie, and I had to get out of that and be able to trust people, create teams to which I could delegate, and only strategically manage or build systems which they would execute as businesses. So this journey, which was inspired by my father's journey, which is totally unrelated to the businesses that I do, but in principle, excited me to learn, understand new things. So if you create the framework that you want, if you are a person who would like to get into depth, into mastery, and you want to stick to one thing, fantastic. If you want to get into an explorative, curiosity-based career path, then that is what you should be doing. Invariably, people struggle with intrinsically being attracted to one thing but having to do something else. And also these decision points, if you integrate your ethics and moral values, I'm not preaching this, but what I'm trying to say is, I'll give you an example. So my father was also a founding member of Shankara Nethralaya. He, along with Dr. Badrinath, were the ones who started Shankara Nethralaya, and he was the honorary secretary. And I've told this in one of the television interviews, so maybe some of you youngsters have seen it. And I used to go pick him up from school at Shankara Nethralaya when he was establishing the institution, and drive back home. And one day I noticed him carrying his own flask of coffee or buttermilk. And I remember asking him on the drive back as to how come in your place of business you ring a bell and somebody comes and delivers this coffee or buttermilk or water or whatever you want, and how come in Shankara Nethralaya you carry your own flask? And he told me that is what the word honorary meant. And that is the first time that I learned something like that. That if you are an honorary secretary or an office bearer and you are not supposed to take anything in return for your services, then the man took it to a great length to make sure that he carried his own coffee to his work. That is what I grew up with. That is what inspired me to bring in my own ethics or moral values into what I would call my self-awareness framework, which I urge you all to do. I'm not trying to be judgmental here again. I'm just trying to say whatever works for you within the legal framework, or what you think is acceptable for you and what you would be comfortable with, bring that into your self-awareness framework. And when you have to decide on careers, on opportunities, or even address challenges, you will be able to clearly say yes or a no, or at least it will make your life that much easier. Now, when you try so many different things, and especially entrepreneurs, one of the things that kind of paralyzes you is the fear of failure. So if you're going to consider failure as the opposite of success, you are going to be paralyzed. If you consider failure as an opportunity to learn and failure as not something that identifies you as a person, addressing failure and the risk of failure becomes easier. So don't worry about, like, let's say, losing status in society, or it's easier said than done, but if you look at it, there are certain things that we are apprehensive about, not going in a nice car, or what will people say if I travel a particular way, or if my lifestyle is a particular way, and you risk deploying capital for some reason. Now, these are cobwebs and ghosts in your mind. If you can overcome that, and you can assess risk and say and if you're able to invest what you are willing to lose, then the risk of failure becomes that much less in your own mind. Failure only becomes dangerous when you let it define you. When you say you are a failure, or if you take it personally, and if you're going to have an issue with failing, then you will never try. Failure is just the price for participation in something. It is not the end goal. It does not define you. So what must you do if you fail? You must get up and come back and try again, and go back and refer to what you wanted to do and what you want to become in your framework of self-awareness, and keep trying. So resilience, that is what standing up and showing up when you still can't see progress. A lot of times, some of you would have developed products, and you really sometimes are at your wit's end. You cannot make progress. You are overthinking something, or you're stagnant. So progress is never linear in that sense. You have to stand up, look at another way of approaching something, address that you're doing something wrong, accept, let go of your ego, accept that you're doing something wrong if you fail, and look at a new approach or a new way to address this. So resilience is your ability to stand up in those situations and kind of reorganize yourself, reorganize your efforts towards achieving your objective. I can give you a personal example, and none of my personal examples are here to tell you what I've achieved or what I've done. It's just, something that I've discovered myself as I went along life, and it was something useful for me. So sometime in late 2000, maybe 7, 8 or so, I injured my spine and I was paralyzed for a year and a half. I was in bed. Progress was not visible. But the only thing that I knew that could keep me from, slipping into despair was the fact that I kept my mind occupied, because physically I was of not much use. So keeping my mind active by, let's say, analyzing trades or working on a trading platform or playing more chess or reading, and not ever thinking, why did this happen to me, with just the hope that it will somehow get better, was a day-to-day approach that I took. So progress happened after a year and a half, but if you break it down into smaller parts, it always helps. If you start looking at the mountain from the bottom, it is going to be daunting. If you just look at each step that you need to take, it becomes easier, and before you realize it, with perseverance, you will be, with resilience, you will be at the top of the mountain. So we've talked about a framework for self-awareness. We've talked about addressing the risk of failure. We've talked about resilience. We can talk about a lot of other things and personal qualities, but I'll stop here as young entrepreneurs and students for you to use some of these tools. And let's get on with what I would call as where we are in history and why I would think that this is a very transformative time. So I can draw parallels. Every generation has thought that they are actually in a transformative era, and quite rightly so. They did come across and invent and discover things that were transformative. It could be that ships sailed without a good navigation system or the marine chronometer. And then you figured out how longitudes happened and how, you would maybe, it had an impact on global trade and how we, moved goods and services, and cultural impacts were there, which came along with global trade. It could be that. But something that I think would be more relevant would be drawing a parallel between how knowledge was stored and shared. In the earlier days, knowledge was considered power, so you had a lot of people, the elite, the so-called elite, who would not share knowledge so easily. They would keep it within themselves, they would use it to their advantage. If at all there was any documentation, it was on stone or on palm leaf, until the advent of the printing press. So when we had the printing press, books became commonplace, books were published, books were accessible, people learned how to read and write, there was a vast exchange of ideas, and the impact of what the printing press did is immeasurable. It democratized knowledge, and it gave voices to people to be able to write and distribute things. Similarly, we can compare it to, let's say, the internet, where we kind of destroyed geographical boundaries in terms of communication and in terms of knowledge sharing. And with the internet, knowledge was accessible by anybody from anywhere. But this cusp that we are in, which is artificial intelligence or AI, is something very different. This gives you the ability to build. It gives you the ability to create. It's not about knowledge. All the knowledge that is there, available on the internet or elsewhere, is referenceable by artificial intelligence. So all you need to do is to figure out what ideas you have and how you can implement them. So this is a truly transformative age and a truly transformative opportunity that you have, that we all have. Just like, knowledge becomes or came into the hands of a few, we had people with ideas and people with concepts having to rely on a group of people who were tech companies or who were coders. Now, I want to share a personal experience with you, and this would be something that is maybe relevant to a lot of other people in industry, is that I've been exposed to a lot of domains, and I have a lot of ideas that I want to productize with the IP that I have. And I was struggling. I started out on this journey, and I've kind of envisioned 21 products that I want to build and bring out. And I've been struggling to do that in the conventional transfer of knowledge from me to development organizations or internal development teams. And I can share with you later if you want to ask me more questions on that as to what the challenges I faced. But the problems were that I could not achieve what I wanted to achieve in the product development area. And when AI came about, and I knew that vibe coding was in, and a lot of people were actually coding and creating good products or even wrappers, I had an interaction with some of the vendors that we were dealing with, where it was taking a long time for us to get a quality enterprise-grade product out. And I asked them, if there was any impact with AI on their, the development process, and whether they could transfer either cost or time, or give us the benefit of time, because we are impatient to launch, to develop and experience the products that we ideated. And we wanted to have the benefit of time and cost. But there was a lot of reasoning that was given where it did not impact cost and time, until I decided to pull the plug on some of these initiatives and decided to create a team in-house So after I did a film called May Aragon, I think which released last September, but we stopped shooting in March of last year, I have not accepted or signed any film because I was keen on creating a system in which I could, transform my ideas into workable enterprise-grade products. So I wanted to create a system which was AI-based, in which I could ideate and I could have people build these things faster. We've kind of achieved that, and I would, at some point in time when I successfully finish developing my first product, I would create a white paper that I would like to share publicly, which would be of benefit to you all on how this can be achieved. Before I'm sure of it and before the end result comes in, I don't want to do that, but at some point in time I will share those learnings with you so that it can be useful to a lot of you in terms of how you can ideate and how you can move forward. I've done this with a team whose average age is 26 and who don't know coding. And I've done this primarily with people who can communicate well, who can articulate well, who can analyze, who have problem-solving skills, who are willing to take instructions, who are hungry to learn qualities that are not certifiable in any learning institution. I've done this only with people of that age group, of those, and I'm still searching for youngsters who would like to join the team and would like to do something that I think would be truly transformative. So in the Q&A session, if you have anything that you want to ask about regarding this, we can go forward, but in the, with time as a factor, let me come to the last section of, my talk. So when learning was slow, experimentation was expensive, we now have a tool with us in which we can actually simulate all the experimentation that needs to be done. I remember in maybe early 2000, I was sitting next to a gentleman on a flight who talked to me about a concept that I didn't understand too well then, but I can actually relate to it now. It was called, he was actually working when these emission norms were coming in, he was working with one of the automobile companies, talking about how exhaust fumes would interact with converters, like catalytic converters, etc. I'm not a chemistry or a physics person, but he was working on experimenting with different metals and how the emissions would be impacted when the exhaust when the engine output would interact with those metals. And he called it combinatorial chemistry. And at that point in time, I realized that you have to physically actually use different metals. Just like in pharmacology, you'll have to actually use different scenarios at the time of R&D, and you'll have to physically wait for the results. Now, for example, experimentation is instant. Simulation is real, in a sense. And your feedback is on a real-time basis. So imagine the kind of progress that will be made and that will happen in different fields where you use AI for experimentation. So to businesses and entrepreneurs, there is a paradigm shift. You will have to unlearn what you have learned. You will have to let go of your ego and start learning anew. You'll have to find different ways in which you can actually engage and deliver. Customers are now building POCs in no time. In this model that I told you, in which we have implemented with youngsters in an incubated, bootstrapped organization, I was able to kind of build POCs of complex enterprise modules within a few hours of us finalizing the functional requirement document. And I'm telling you this out of personal experience. This is truly dramatic. I'm talking about creating a complex module with complex calculations, needing to factor, multiple scenarios that would have probably taken about 3 to 4 months by a services organization or a vendor or even my internal team to develop can be done within a few hours. And I will be able to demonstrate this at any point in time if somebody's interested, even at the government level. So, this is again not to say what I have done. I will share it, with the public as soon as I am confident about the outcome of this. But I want you to know that these are opportunities. Anybody can do this. These are tools that are available. At a small fee, you'll be able to get better quality tools. But even otherwise, you'll be able to make great progress. In my spare time, and since I, get a lot of ideas, a lot of them don't work, a lot of them fail, but I still cannot let go of the fact that I would like to ideate. And some of the ideas that I've made have become like global products today because I didn't understand what patenting meant. I didn't understand, how to approach the right people. I've taken my ideas to some people, but have been rejected, and I stopped there. What I propagated to you in terms of resilience is not something that even I practiced all the time. But I should have done that, which is why I shared those concepts with you. And today you have a tool in which you can experiment. And the reason I'm telling you this and I gave you examples is that I've had a few, apart from my technology and the processes that I've been engaged in and the products that I want to develop, I had some ideas. And it's got nothing to do with the organization that I run or build or I'm a part of. So in my spare time, I've done my research and R&D, and I'm actually filing for 4 pharmaceutical patents. And I'm telling you this, that, it's something that everybody can do. If you have an idea, go to the large language models and, you have to just be able to iterate your prompts and narrow it down and motivate it. It has the wealth of knowledge that you or I would not have access to. And you can then validate it with experts. You can validate it with industry experts. And you can be on your way on creating patentable ideas. So the possibilities are enormous. So in terms of how we as people from the industry, whichever industry you're in, have to navigate this, you have to, I would refer to a story and I would urge you to read. It happened, it's from history, it happened in real life. It's about people who have not read this, I'm just sharing this with you. It's about Ernest Shackleton. So Shackleton he was a failed explorer. He did not make it to the poles at that time. And then he wanted to actually embark on a trans-Antarctic expedition. And he wanted to cross Antarctica by land from coast to coast. And so he took a crew of 27 people. And he sailed on the Endurance. The ship was called Endurance. And he went towards Antarctica. But what really happened was that the ship got stuck in ice. And over many months, he was locked in ice and he could not make it to the continent. The ice broke the ship, and Shackleton, who had already failed to not reach the pole on time, was also failing in his next mission. At that point in time, Shackleton let go of his primary mission. Letting go of your primary mission means letting go of your ego. Letting go of the possibility that you would actually be able to do the improbable of reaching Antarctica and going coast to coast, crossing Antarctica by land. And his mission became how to take his crew back home. And it is a beautiful story of something that was impossible that he pulled off, something that was improbable that he pulled off, but in many ways, it addresses how he kept his team motivated, did not allow them to despair, reorganized his thoughts and his mission, how he kept the spirits alive, and what did he do in terms of resource management, and what are the risks that he personally took to ensure that his crew was safe. And after 2 years, 27 of his crew members who embarked on the journey reached back home. And this was in 1914. And that gives us a lot of lessons on where we are now, how we need to reorganize ourselves as leaders, what our self-awareness framework allows us and doesn't allow us to do. Shackleton could have been egoistical and said, no, I still want to go on the mission and endanger his crew. But somewhere his self-awareness framework did not allow him to risk the life beyond a reasonable possibility and decided to change his mission to take his people back home. So we are all, I think, living in Shackleton moments today. Old plans will fail. Old models will collapse. Certainty will disappear. Leadership will belong to those who adapt quickly, who abandon their ego, protect the people around them.
Quality of the product developed by a software developer and through wipe coding.
I'm sure there are fantastic coders and and people in application development. And to give you an honest feedback, I see a better quality of code.
So
I see, and I'm not taking this away from people who are in that profession. What I'm trying to tell you is that I think your ability to do QC, your ability to validate your ideas and build faster as software developers, it doesn't make software developers obsolete. It just makes them build things faster. And you'll be able to not focus on syntax, because syntax is given, but you can focus on ideas and concepts and build things better and faster.
The last question is, is your product similar to Replit software?
Sorry?
Is your product relevant or similar to Replit? Have you heard of Replit?
You're talking about my product?
Yeah.
This is a process that I'm building for myself. I'm not productizing this. I'm productizing enterprise-grade products in other domains. I'm not productizing this process of developing applications faster.
Thank you, sir. You've been such an impression. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, here.
Yes.
Yeah. So my question, you have crossed a lot of challenges in earlier days, before cinema, after cinema. Then your products you have given. You are having a new model for yourself. Okay. But today the youngsters are having a difficulty to face the challenges. What is your idea for our youngsters, for a better entrepreneur?
I sincerely apologize. Because of the feedback, I'm not able to hear you clearly. If you can just repeat it,
Yeah. So you have faced a lot of challenges so far. So you have a small injury on your spine also. After that, you have small gap of progressing. You have filled that with the mindful matters. Then you again came to the product developer. Now I'm asking for a young entrepreneurs. So what is your idea? They can face the type of challenges what you faced, sir. Because this today, the 21st era is more than that what you crossed. We have that is, you said, let it go for ego. The ego is breaking everyone.
I think I spent a fair bit of my speech trying to share my knowledge in terms of, directed towards young entrepreneurs, like you said. The fact that you need to create what you want and what you want to achieve, what you don't want to do in life, etc., creating that self-awareness framework, assessing risk intelligently and being able to take risks, avoiding the luggage of, what a perception, being judged by society, etc., at failure, for you to be able to be resilient and for you to be open to let go of your ego and learn, have the humility to say, I don't know. Every time I go into something new, I always start from zero. And I need to know that I'm a zero on something. I might be a 10 on something else, but when I come to something new, I am zero and I have to start from zero and understand the fundamentals and go from there. This, I'm saying, AI was a learning curve for me again. People think of it as a tool. Think of it as something that is ancillary. For me, it is something that has been transformative. The more and more I explore, the more and more I see the possibilities, it is just enormous. Be it for entrepreneurs, be it for students, be it for government as well, it's going to be a game changer.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering my question.
Yes.
Hi, sir.
Thank you
Hello.
so much.
It's the last one.
So one last question.
One last question here. So first of all, thank you so much for the 30 minutes of speech and the resilience you show, right, from the back spine to the May arrogant man. So more than an actor, you are an entrepreneur. That's a good goal. So that 21 products you said, right, we can expect that. So I'm looking forward to what you hold, right? So that's what like.
I've been waiting for the last 8 years to make progress on those products. Sometimes what happens is, because our dependencies are high on technical experts and architects, we've embarked on certain products, and by the time we kind of fine-tune those products and make progress and integrate different modules, the technology that we started out with, be it in terms of, let's say, language, becomes obsolete. So if I let 3 years or 4 years go, and I start off with, let's say, for example, I'll give you an example. Let's say I start off with a product on JSF, and coders will know that. It was hot at one point in time, and we believed that, that is what is going to probably last or be the future. And by the time we finished the product, we could not find resources in JSF, and things had moved on. So a lot of learnings like that. But what happens with AI when you develop faster is the technology that you started out with as an architect is not obsolete yet. Will not be obsolete. It's that quick. So,
Sir, now AGI is coming. So I'm doing with Sundar Pichai. AGI, advanced. That is Gen A, advanced of generic intelligence.
Yeah.
So after that, OA.
I'm saying you have even quantum computing that is going to come in. You already have, like, let's say, for example, the viability of having data centers in space due to lack of, due to permanence, due to be able to, for us to be able to harvest sunlight for solar energy, and to be able to not spend that much energy on cooling systems is already a reality, right? People are talking about so many different things. I'm sorry, I don't want to make Minister wait.
No.
So
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Sir, thank you, PTR, sir, for this awesome event. And thank you, CMOT, Udayanidhi Stalin.
Thank you so much for the inspiring session, sir. Now, felicitation to Mr. Arvind Swamy by your Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services. Felicitation to Mr. Arvind Swamy by our Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services. Thank you so much, sir. So we are going for the next session. The session title is The Technology Behind Storytelling, a panel on cinematic innovation. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Maniratnam, Director. அடுத்த அமர்விற்கு நாம் போக இருக்கின்றோம். இந்த அமர்வைக்காக பல்வேறு விருந்தினர்கள் வருகை தந்திருக்கிறார்கள். இயக்குனர் திரு மணிரத்னம் அவர்கள் இந்த அமர்வில் பங்கேற்க இருக்கின்றார்கள். மேலும் இந்த அமர்வில் சினிமாட்டோகிராஃபர் திரு ராஜீவ் மேனன் அவர்களும், கியூப் சினிமா டெக்னாலஜிஸ் கோ-ஃபவுண்டர் திரு செந்தில்குமார் அவர்களும், ஃபவுண்டர் அண்ட் சிஇஓ ஹோப் விஎஃப்எக்ஸ் மிஸ் பிரியங்கா பாலசுப்ரமணியன் அவர்களும் பங்கேற்க இருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதை அன்புடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். Kindly, I request all dignitaries and students to be seated in your respective seats. So we are going to start this session in few minutes. And this session, the title is The Technology Behind Storytelling, a panel on cinematic innovation. This panel explores how emerging technologies are reshaping the way stories are conceived, created, and experienced in cinema. Bringing together filmmakers, technologists, music directors, and creative professionals, the session dives into the intersection of storytelling and innovation, from virtual production and real-time rendering to AI-driven tools and immersive visual experiences. The discussion will highlight how modern technology enhances narrative depth, streamlines creative workflows, and expand the boundaries of cinematic expression. So we are going for the next session, the technology behind storytelling, a panel on cinematic innovation. And now we would like to invite Mr. Maniratnam, director, onto the stage as a moderator for this session. Maniratnam, director, he's a master storyteller, a visual poet, and a filmmaker who changed the language of Indian cinema from intimate emotions to powerful social narratives. His films speak across generations and borders. And next, we would like to invite Mr. Raju Menon, cinematographer, a renowned Indian cinematographer and filmmaker celebrated for redefining visual storytelling in Indian cinema. We would like to invite Mr. Sandil Kumar, co-founder, Cube Cinema Technologies, onto the stage. Co-founder of Cube Cinema Technologies and a pioneer in media and digital cinema technology in India. And we would like to invite Ms. Priyanka Balasubramaniam, founder and CEO of Hope VFX, leads a global studio with operations in London, Chennai, and Mumbai, delivering high-end visual effects for films, TV, and streaming platforms. And she is joining through video conference. Welcome, ma'am. Hello. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have a very distinguished panel here. So I'll start off with a brief introduction of what we're going to talk about. You know, of all the art forms in the world, there's one that definitely needs technology, and that's cinema. You can have music without technology, you can have paintings without technology, but you can have dance without technology, but there's just no cinema without a lot of technology behind it, from the earliest days of making photographs with chemicals to moving forward with photographs on celluloid that became moving celluloid, and then finding ways to project that for an audience, and then finding ways to add sound to that, and finding ways to edit that into meaningful sequences. We've been aided by technology so much, and that's also accelerated over the last few years, where today with a cell phone you can do better quality than we could do just a few years ago with the best professional equipment. So it's becoming much more democratized, and things are changing so fast. But at the same time, we have AI, which is changing our world even more and rapidly. நம்ம உலகத்தை AI கம்ப்ளீட்டாக மாற்றுது. ஏன்னா இதுவரைக்கும் நமக்கு only humans had brains ன்னு சொல்ல முடிஞ்சிச்சு. ஆனால் இப்போ வந்து we have something which is roughly our peer or equal in some ways, and maybe like a child in other ways. So let's talk about how AI is really changing our field of creation of films and media. So I just had a question on whether you've used AI and what do you think about it? Maybe Rajiv, you can start first.
Yeah. As a photographer, cinematographer, and a director, your first step in is how do you use AI to improve and your pictures? And initially, when the chemical processing of images were there, you could just control red, blue, and green, or some secondary colors the moment you digitized it. But whatever you shot was sacrosanct. And if you made a mistake and there was a wire, you couldn't remove it. So when Mani and we were shooting, Bombay, and if you were having riot sequences, if one person was smiling in 300 people, we had to cut the take and do it again. Today, you could erase that person. So it started off with some kind of things. What we were saying was cleaning and improving an image. Initially, you had a lot of special effects, and cinema was always something about being magical. It was just not realistic. And it was adding palaces or glass paintings and things like that. But now you find that's coming straight into your mobile phone and into your Lightroom, and we have been using AI to clone and clean, and you realize it's not a cut and paste job, but it's able to imagine think, understand the curvature, understand the 3D coordinates, and also recognize colors, patterns, and create patterns. So what appeared to be requiring a lot of human skill, the computer is able to clean and assist in what you have already shot. But if you ask me what you have not shot, that's another set of things. So I think Mani would probably be able to say about the spoken word and what you could do with that.
You are known to be a person who wants exactly what he wants. And AI is something I think all of us who played with ChatGPT or Claude or Grok or Gemini know that you can ask it for 100 options and it will give you more and more sometimes clever options, sometimes stupid options. But it's hardly ever giving you exactly what you want. How do you manage with AI, and do you find it an enhancement or an hindrance?
I don't think you have a choice. It is there and it is going to be there, and it is up to us to use it as well as we can. And in terms of what work we do, it is surprisingly very helpful in a lot more other fields than just, the actual act of filmmaking. If I have a script, I put it in, it gives me a budget. It gives a budget based on where we are shooting, with all the factors taken in for shooting in Chennai, say, and big days of shooting, small days. So it does that, which is quite amazing. It comes like that. Otherwise, we have to make decisions on, imaginary figures. Second, which surprised me a lot is, if you given this budget, it works out what is the break-even point, how much each area will go for, what is the expectation, and which is the minimal that you have to cover. I mean, it's completely on the finance side. It's able to cover that. And then when you come into the creation, it is able to do a concept art is done through AI. Storyboards are done. And post-production, we've always had relied on this, but now all these elements are there for you. It just makes a lot of mundane things out of it. You're right that it can give you a lot of non-specific information, but sometimes I think non-specific information is very useful. At least that's what I feel, because it gives you a random thought which is completely off the book, but it might trigger something else off you. You would have never thought of that, and you may go in tangent. So I think it's a fantastic tool. I think tomorrow, there'll be no film that will be made without AI. That's what I think.
That's definitely seeming to be the case. So Rajiv was speaking about VFX and how you can remove somebody from the audience. Let's ask Priyanka about her use of AI in the VFX space and how it's going.
Hi, I hope everybody can hear me.
Yeah.
Can you all hear me? Okay, excellent. Hello, hi. A huge thanks to our Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin, and our Honorable IT Minister, Palani Thiagarajan sir, for having me included on this panel. It's such a privilege and an honor to be amongst all of sort of the legends of cinema on the stage. Although virtually, it's I'm really, really excited to be a part of this panel. Having said that, I come from visual effects, post-production, animation sort of background. So technology is an integral part of filmmaking for us on this side of filmmaking platform. But I've sort of seen how technology has transformed post and visual effects, sort of from, let's fix it in post, sort of where we all used to carry that in filmmaking, saying, okay, this will be taken care of in post. Rather, now we're sort of coming to pre-production, and technology is enabling us to be a part of the storytelling process from the get, set, go, which includes, conceptualization, storyboarding, preparing pitch decks, pre-visualization, animatics. So many of the things that used to take months to prepare for an artist to probably sit and draw and paint and get those concepts ready, it's like ready in seconds. But like you said, I 100% agree with Manisa that it's, if you know exactly what you want, it's great. But even if it throws things that you don't want, it's good because you know exactly what you don't want. And that's where negative prompting is there. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how many of you in the audience know about negative prompting. And negative prompting is pretty much telling the computer and the AI tool what you don't want to see in the image. And prompting is what you want to see in the image. So we all know that from text to image and image to video is sort of the pipeline that AI filmmaking usually uses. Although in visual effects, it's not yet fully ready for integration into the mainstream production. But where we see and use a lot of AI in visual effects is doing the grunt work, like the small tasks such as rotoscoping. It's pretty much cutting out objects out of an image and placing other things such as backgrounds and images or plates at the back of actors. So we're able to seamlessly do that, which used to take probably 10 days. It's going to take somebody 4 days to do it. It's not completely eliminating human involvement because this is technology at the end of it, and you need human a pair of eyes to QC it, make sure the final pixels are ready for the film to be 100% accurate. So we do use a lot of it in post-production for de-aging. For example, an actor wants to look way younger than where he is at now. There is also face replacements where stunt actors are performing, and then you need motion capture and other softwares to replace the face of these actors. There is also a very, very what do I say? It's a debatable, subject that you do have AI getting the people who are deceased actors back on the screen. So that's also a possibility where filmmakers are able to tap into that and get actors' performance back. Although we don't know, AI has its limitations about human emotions and feelings. AI hasn't lived through people's lives. It hasn't loved and lost and grieved through human experiences. So it's very hard for AI to bring performances up to like the 100% that any director would want to see on screen. But there are obviously these limitations. However, what AI is really good for is technical expertise. So anything that cuts down time frame for post-production from sort of conceptualization all the way to final pixel deliveries. So we do use a lot of AI tools, and we are constantly curious about what the new tools are, because every day there's one tool that keeps coming out. And I'd say that the future belongs to people who are just going to stay curious, if not like start adapting, but you have to stay curious, at least to know what's out there that could make your job simpler and easier and cost effective. Having said that, I don't think AI will replace filmmaking, but yeah, that's my take on it.
I think you're right that there is all the easy things that AI is helping us, and definitely one area which I have to point out is in localizing films for different regions. So taking a Telugu film and making it Tamil, or making a Tamil film into English or into Hindi. AI really helps with preserving the original actor's voice, then also in managing the lip of the actor to make it more accurately reflect the new dialogue. So it feels more and more like it is an original film made in that new language. Then in other areas like subtitling and audio description, where audio description is a technology for people who are visually impaired to understand what is going on the screen. So they can go to the theater and watch a movie along with others in the audience, their family and friends, and enjoy the movie just like the people who are able to see can enjoy the film. So for them, there is a track which describes what's happening on the screen. And AI can help you describe what's going on much easier, but there's always still a human in the loop. And I think you had an interesting session yesterday about humans in the loop. There's always something where we translate from one language to another, but somebody who's an expert in both these languages reviews it and makes sure it's right. Without that human in the loop, these things don't seem to work right. But for pre-visualization and for storyboarding and getting the technical visualization also of where you want your camera placed, etc. Are you starting to use that money, or do you think that's something that you'll really use more?
Yeah, I think that is an easy thing. Anyway, we had another person doing out your sketches and the concept art and how an actor should look, how a set can look. Now, those can very easily move to AI. We can see that. And everyone will move there very fast. But what surprises me is that what it does to script writing, that kind of threw me out in the sense that if you take a friend of mine did this and sent it to me, take a Jane Austen scene and put it in one sequence and say do it like how Tarantino will write it. It has one Tarantino version. And then you can ask for a Bergman version. It has one Bergman version. It is not exact. It just picks the patterns and adopts. But it's so surprising that you can think of the scene like how Tarantino might have written, So it is, the possibility is just endless, and in scripting, it's a fantastic bounce board. You just, look at things, options and things like that, and it will be used and it will become this one, but it's up to you to see how you want to use it. It's up to you to tell your story, and if you can use it effectively, it'll be fantastic.
So, Rajiv, you've been a music person as much as you're a cinematographer, as all of us who know you well know. And you're also an amazing, you've done some amazing songs in your movies with choreography that's beautifully picturized for the songs. Now, have you experimented with AI and music and AI and choreography and stuff like that?
I haven't done any AI-based choreography, but I've been watching the success of the most streamed, most important thing on Netflix right now, which is Demon Hunter. So it sort of brings the convergence between the pop sense phenomenon of K-pop and animation filmmaking, but it still has to be written. So in the process of writing, they are taking elements from Korean mythology, also combining it with the boys versus girls band fight, good versus evil. And once that script is locked, then it's a question of, again, hiring a lot of talent who are going to supervise the AI, and then you get something which is a global blockbuster where there is no human character, and it's pop music working with animation. It's something like an Indian musical, but it doesn't have actors in it. So you can theoretically, what AR has been trying to have is an AI band where the voices and the appearance is what you create. And then what could that happen? But if you're not lazy enough to say you create whatever it is, but if you were, as you said, good in lyric writing, and you want to see one option, like he said, in Quentin Tarantino fashion, or you could say one like Bob Dylan and one like Santana, or one like Michael Jackson, then you can just see where your literary idea or your narrative idea is going. But having said this, the streaming platforms are getting inundated by AI junk. So in a day, teaser is getting something like 60,000, people feeding songs in. So you can imagine the amount of songs that is going to be there in 365 days. Out of that, only 1/3 is original, 2/3 is created by AI. So if you're going to bombard the viewers with a lot of substandard stuff, listeners and viewers may get turned off. So that's one aspect of it. The other is the AI learning models are taking data which is published by singers and taking in that information and reusing it without paying the people who composed it. And that becomes even more dangerous when you're talking about your voice being taken or being reused in some purpose without the consent of that. So those are the legal issues that are there. And most of the record companies had taken Suno to court. Now there is a settlement wherein which what was two sides of the civil case has now become co-collaborators in the new revenue sharing space. So how quickly does the AI become a tool vis-a-vis something to be scared of is the question. And it's about us having a template in our mind saying that these words will work well in a Rajasthani folk manner. But you could, with a flip of a switch, hear it in another format, in Arabic rhythm or in any other thing, to see whether you can take your idea to give it a new dimension. That aspect, as an aid, AI is very useful.
Yeah, this IP aspects and the ownership aspect that you touched upon is really important. It's unfair to all the creative people who have done work in the world for AI to learn. But when you look at it the other way around, if a human studies somebody else's work and then does work that is out of that education, that is not wrong. But if an AI does it, why is it wrong is a question. So I'm not sure where I stand on this. What do you think? Is it right or wrong? As a creator, if your work is used.
Yeah, I think you can take a personal call on how you want to take a stance on it. But I think you're right that we grow up by watching several things, reading several things, getting to know. We have learned, whatever we do today is learned from others, and that is what it is. But to have one huge animal which has learned everything that you want and you're trying to take it off it and just replicate it is not the same. When I absorb something from my childhood inside, it gets into a different organic form and it comes out, then it becomes something that is uniquely yours. Here it is only the fragments of several things without the human value to it, human ideas to it. So I think that is the only thing. But I feel whatever said and done, we are not going to stop this. There's no way it's going to stop. So we have to see how best to, monitor it, bring it under your legal and moral limits, but use it as much as you can.
Priyanka, I wanted to check, is there
Yes.
a way that you think we can get today's cinema quality without a human in the loop with just better and better prompting?
I mean, in my humble opinion, I think we are at a stage where we can create lots and lots of content, right? Like without any human intervention, but they will be substandard and slop, AI slop. And if most of like the generation today that watches YouTube, including my own daughter, she watches a lot of content on YouTube, and I'm like, you watch this? It's such substantial, substandard quality, and if the generation of people that are okay with watching such content increasingly becomes okay with AI slop, sort of they have an audience for stuff like that on smaller channels such as YouTube, TikToks, Instagram, 30 seconds to 1 minute videos, right? So we're talking about sort of content for that platforms. And also for like commercials. Commercials, obviously it's also a storytelling platform, but you're not really telling human stories, you're selling a product. You are trying to sell a tangible asset, which probably doesn't, it becomes the center of the story. So in such a case, it's easier to tell consistently without losing sort of character consistency or environment consistency, right? Because you're just trying to make the product look attractive. So both in terms of micro series online, whether it's on TikTok or YouTube, such platforms, and also for commercials. It's absolutely a viable platform that people are planning to use or still, I mean, starting to use, and it's increasingly becoming popular because of the ease with which these can be consumed and made. However, for sort of filmmaking, we were talking about 4K, DPX, EXR sort of formats, which are often what we use in digital cinema. The tools that are there are aiding in visual effects and final output, although they are not going to be able to, be production ready to completely replace some of that. You might be able to use them for de-aging, like I said. You might be able to use them to cut short time on, face replacements, for cleaning up things, wires, and what used to take like ages for somebody to do it manually would take, half the amount of time. But some of the tools there are not really production ready. We also have tools like you take a picture, a photograph of an image, and then you feed it into the AI tool, and it gives you a 3D model, right? So these are tools that are readily available. However, the fidelity of it, like whether it's usable for high resolution imagery, whether it will stand the test of a 4K resolution, these have not been tested yet. And I'm sure in let's say 5 to 7 years, which is my assumption, and like my opinion is that 5 to 7 years, we are thinking of full-fledged filmmaking using AI. But until then, it's only going to be AI-assisted workflows that are going to help with mainstream filmmaking. Until then, it's going to be lots and lots of content, and that's what's going to be the experimental key bit. So if people think that, oh, it's AI slow, and not be curious enough to use them for those use cases, they will miss out on how AI tools are evolving for the larger picture. So it's important to sort of use them at every level, although they might need human intervention eventually, like, even for scripts and things like that. Somebody needs to look at it, make sure that, it's throwing consistent, language across different scenes. It's maintaining character consistency and all of that. So at every level, pre-production, production, or post, there's definitely human involvement that's needed as of now. None of the tools, unfortunately, are ready for mainstream film production unless it's used only for pre-production, which is concept storyboards and things like that. And I'm sure that will evolve in the next couple of years. We'll see a lot more tools being integrated into visual effects.
Thanks, Priyanka. One thing that is obviously a problem that we've kind of touched upon also is about how these streaming platforms know exactly what you're watching as an individual, because they also ask you who's watching. And they know where you stopped, where you paused, where you fast forwarded, where you rewound. And they know the types of programs, they know more and more about you. And they're also using that with AI to learn more about what exactly works for this segment of audience. So I'm not sure how long it will be before AI is generating a script that is exactly tailored to a market segment. And that's, what do you think, buddy? Do you think that's...
I don't think that will be a problem, because the moment it creates it, and I'm the watcher, I see it twice, I'm put off by it. I'm dynamic, I keep changing. If you can't start plugging only one kind, then I will tune off. I just hope that AI doesn't make us lazy, that we just start depending on it too much. Instead, if it can make us think more, it can look at various other things and actually push you a lot more, be encouraged to work a lot more, it'll be fantastic.
Yeah, definitely AI, lazy prompting, just giving a one sentence, or a one-line prompt gives us lousy results. It gives us more AI slop, which we've been discussing several times in this panel. You need to work hard to get better outputs, and you need to know your craft. Any closing thoughts, Rajiv, on this?
No, I think there is a solid IP, like Walt Disney had Jungle Book or Lion King, and Lion King became a great live entertainment space. While the film collected around 1.6 billion, till date, Lion King on stage has done, close to 10 billion. The music from the live entertainment came back into the film. So there is a way in which the West is recycling great IP, or the Jungle Book being done vis-a-vis live action and stuff like that. But the great elephant in the room is, what if Indian films, characters and situations can be translated into game? Because gaming is 300 billion and filmmaking is 111 billion, and the music industry is around 60 billion. So if we are able to port our ideas and see how they will work as a game. So if you're taking Punniyin Selvan, which is a big collecting film, and you say that Vandiyathevan's journey into so-and-so is a gaming idea, which you can check out, does it hold attention as a gaming idea, is something that we can see.
That will be wonderful to have a Ponniyin Selvan musical on stage, and it can be the pride of Tamil Nadu if every visitor comes and watches that. I think we are kind of running out of time. So any closing thoughts?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to call upon our Honorable Minister to felicitate our moderator and speaker. I request Honorable Minister to felicitate Director Mr. Maniratnam on the stage. Felicitation to Mr. Raju Menon, cinematographer. Felicitation to Mr. Sandil Kumar, co-founder, Cube Cinema Technologies. And felicitation to Mr. Maniratnam, director. Thank you so much, sir. And we would like to thank Ms. Priyanka Balasubramanian, founder and CEO, Hope VFX, through joining video conference. Thank you, ma'am. இன்றைய விழாவின் நிறைவு பகுதிக்கு நாம் வருகை தந்திருக்கின்றோம். இன்னும் சற்று நேரத்தில் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் Umagine Tn நிறைவு விழாவில் பங்கேற்க இருக்கின்றார்கள். அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய இருக்கையில் அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். இன்னும் சில நிமிடங்களில் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இன்றைய Umagine Tn நிறைவு விழாவில் பங்கேற்க இருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதை மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். மேலும் இன்றைய Umagine Tn நிறைவு விழாவில் பல்வேறு விருதுகள் வழங்கப்பட இருக்கின்றன, பல்வேறு அங்கீகாரங்கள் வழங்கப்பட இருக்கின்றன. ஆகையால் அனைவரும் தங்களுடைய இருக்கையிலேயே அமருமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம்.
Check sound check. Check. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check. Test check.
அவங்க ஆரா கிட்ட சொல்லி அங்க போட சொல்லிடலாம் சார். போட்டாச்சா? இப்போ அதில் வந்து ஐசிடியில் வந்து your tripartite agreement is remains the first. Yes. MOU with Australia remains second. That's okay ல. அடுத்து வந்து இதில் வருதுல்ல ITNT ல your Dubai becomes first. IITM வந்து second. This one second.
தமிழ்நாடு பாரம்பரியமும் நவீன தொழில்நுட்பமும் ஒருங்கிணையும் மாநிலம். செழுமையான வரலாறு, உயிர்ப்பான கலாச்சாரம் மற்றும் இயற்கை அழகினால் அலங்கரிக்கப்பட்ட தமிழ்நாடு இந்தியாவின் முன்னணி தொழில்நுட்ப மையங்களில் ஒன்றாகவும் திகழ்கிறது. தொழில்நுட்பத்திற்கு உகந்த நிர்வாகம், தொழில் ஆதரவு சூழல் மற்றும் உலகத்துடன் இணைந்து செயல்படும் பன்முகத்தன்மை கொண்ட மனித வளத்தை கொண்டு தமிழ்நாடு தனித்துவமாக அடையாளம் காணப்படுகிறது. இந்தியாவின் சேவை ஏற்றுமதியில் தமிழ்நாடு ஒரு முக்கிய தூணாக விளங்குகிறது. 2023-24 நிதியாண்டில் சுமார் 35 பில்லியன் அமெரிக்க டாலர் மதிப்பிலான சேவை ஏற்றுமதியை மாநிலம் வழங்கியுள்ளது. இதில் பெரும் பங்கு சென்னை மற்றும் மாநிலத்தின் பிற தொழில்நுட்ப மையங்களிலிருந்து வழங்கப்படும் ITES மற்றும் பொறியியல் சேவைகள் மூலம் உருவாகியுள்ளது. உலகளாவிய தொழில்நுட்ப நிறுவனங்கள், புதுமை சார்ந்த தொடக்க நிறுவனங்கள் மற்றும் 250க்கும் மேற்பட்ட உலகளாவிய திறன் மையங்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டில் செயல்பட்டு வருகின்றன. இவை மாநிலம் முழுவதும் உள்ள 240க்கும் மேற்பட்ட அரசு மற்றும் தனியார் தொழில்நுட்ப பூங்காக்களின் ஆதரவுடன் இயங்குகின்றன. சென்னையில் வால்மார்ட் நிறுவிய 2வது உலகளாவிய திறன் மையம் AI, கிளவுட் மற்றும் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி துறைகளில் கவனம் செலுத்துகிறது. இதுபோன்று வொர்க்டே, லெனாக்ஸ் உள்ளிட்ட பல உலக தலைசிறந்த நிறுவனங்களும் உயர்நிலை பொறியியல் மற்றும் ஆராய்ச்சி மற்றும் மேம்பாடு மையங்களுக்காக தமிழ்நாட்டை தேர்வு செய்து வருகின்றன. மாநிலம் முழுவதும் பரவலான வளர்ச்சியை முன்னெடுத்து வரும் தமிழ்நாடு நிலை 2 மற்றும் நிலை 3 நகரங்களை வலுப்படுத்தி மாநிலத்தின் 38 மாவட்டங்களிலிருந்து 32 மாவட்டங்களில் மென்பொருள் மற்றும் தொழில்நுட்ப சேவை ஏற்றுமதியை சாத்தியமாக்கியுள்ளது. இந்தியாவின் முன்னணி தரவு மைய தளங்களில் ஒன்றாக தமிழ்நாடு திகழ்கிறது. பல சர்வதேச சப்மரின் கேபிள் தரையிறங்கும் இடங்கள் மற்றும் ஹைப்பர்ஸ்கேல் தரவு மைய முதலீடுகள் மூலம் உலக சந்தைகளுக்கு தடையற்ற இணைப்பை மாநிலம் வழங்குகிறது. 12,000க்கும் மேற்பட்ட கிராமங்களை இணைக்கும் வலுவான ஆப்டிக்கல் ஃபைபர் நெட்வொர்க் மாநிலம் முழுவதும் மின் ஆளுமை, கல்வி மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகளை சமூகங்களிடம் கொண்டு செல்கிறது. இந்தியாவின் அறிவு தலைநகராக விளங்கும் தமிழ்நாடு இந்தியாவின் மொத்த காப்புரிமை விண்ணப்பங்களில் 23% பங்களிப்புடன் நாட்டின் தொழில்நுட்ப மனித வளத்திற்கு முக்கிய ஆதாரமாக உள்ளது. சென்னையில் அமைந்துள்ள பெரிய தொழில்நுட்ப குழுக்கள் மற்றும் வேகமாக வளர்ந்து வரும் நிலை 2, நிலை 3 தொழில்நுட்ப மையங்கள் மூலம் மாநிலம் கோடிக்கணக்கான வேலை வாய்ப்புகளை உருவாக்கி உலகளாவிய சேவை மையங்கள், GCCக்கள் மற்றும் தயாரிப்பு நிறுவனங்களுக்கு திறமையான மனித வளத்தை வழங்குகிறது. நான் முதல்வன் போன்ற முன்னணி திட்டங்கள் கிளவுட், AI, சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி, டேட்டா சயின்ஸ் அண்ட் டிசைன் போன்ற துறைகளில் தொழில் சார்ந்த திறன்களுடன் இளைஞர்களை தயார்படுத்துகிறது. AI இயங்கும் மடிக்கணினிகள் மூலம் 20 லட்சம் கல்லூரி மாணவர்கள் பயன்பெற்று புதுமைக்கு உகந்த திறன்மிக்க மனிதவள சூழலை உருவாக்குகின்றனர். மேலும் நாளைய டிஜிட்டல் பொருளாதாரத்திற்கு மாணவர்களை தயாரான தொழில் முனைவோராக உருவாக்குகின்றனர். 2021ஆம் ஆண்டில் 2045 DPIIT பதிவு செய்யப்பட்ட தொடக்க நிறுவனங்களிலிருந்து தற்போது 12,000க்கும் மேற்பட்ட DPIIT அங்கீகரிக்கப்பட்ட தொடக்க நிறுவனங்களாக வளர்ந்து தமிழ்நாடு இந்தியாவின் மிக துடிப்பான புத்தாக்க சூழல்களில் ஒன்றாக மாறியுள்ளது. சென்னை ஒரு முன்னணி மென்பொருள் சேவை மையமாகவும் AI, ஃபின்டெக், தொழில்துறை ஆட்டோமேஷன் மற்றும் மேம்பட்ட வன்பொருள் துறைகளில் புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை உருவாக்கும் முக்கிய ஆழ்நிலை தொழில்நுட்ப மையமாகவும் உருவெடுத்து வருகிறது. AI, ரோபோட்டிக்ஸ், ஆட்டோமேஷன், பிளாக்செயின், குவாண்டம் கம்ப்யூட்டிங் AVGC XR, சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி மற்றும் விண்வெளி தொழில்நுட்பம் போன்ற எதிர்கால தொழில்நுட்பங்களை தமிழ்நாடு முன்னெடுக்கிறது. தனி கொள்கைகள், சிறப்பு மையங்கள் மற்றும் உலகளாவிய கூட்டாண்மைகள் மூலம் உற்பத்தி, போக்குவரத்து, சுகாதாரம், காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான தீர்வுகள் மற்றும் உள்ளடக்கிய வளர்ச்சி போன்ற சவால்களை AI மற்றும் ஆழ்நிலை தொழில்நுட்பம் மூலம் தீர்க்கும் பொறுப்பான மற்றும் நிலைத்த புதுமை உலக மையமாக தமிழ்நாடு உருவெடுக்கும் நோக்கில் செயல்படுகிறது. தமிழ்நாடு அரசின் தொலைநோக்கு தலைமையின் கீழ் மாநிலம் உலகளாவிய திறன் மையங்களிலிருந்து உலகளாவிய புத்தாக்க மையங்களாக, தரவு மையங்களிலிருந்து அறிவார்ந்த தொழிற்சாலைகளாக, சேவை சார்ந்த வளர்ச்சியிலிருந்து தயாரிப்பு, சொத்து மேலாண்மை மற்றும் ஆராய்ச்சி மற்றும் மேம்பாடு சார்ந்த மதிப்பூட்டலாக மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு மாற்றத்தை நோக்கி முன்னேறுகிறது. 2030 மற்றும் அதற்கு அடுத்தும் AI சார்ந்த உற்பத்தி, பசுமை மின்னணு, நிலையான தளவாடங்கள் மற்றும் அடுத்த தலைமுறை டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகளில் முன்னணியில் திகழ்வதை தமிழ்நாடு இலக்காக கொண்டுள்ளது. இந்தியாவின் தொழில்நுட்ப பயணத்தை வழிநடத்தி மேலும் நிலைத்த மற்றும் உள்ளடக்கிய உலகை உருவாக்கும் நோக்கிலும் செயல்படுகிறது. தமிழ்நாடு, இங்கே எதிர்காலம் கட்டமைக்கப்படும்.
உலக வாழ்க்கை பயணம் முடிவில்லாதது. இந்த பயணத்தின் ஒவ்வொரு அடியும் சவாலானது, அதே வேளையில் உற்சாகமானது. நீங்கள் யார், எங்கிருந்து வருகிறீர்கள் என்பதை ஆராய்வதல்ல இந்த பயணம். நீங்கள் எங்கு செல்கிறீர்கள், உங்கள் வழி என்ன என்பதை கண்டறிவதே. சரியான நேரத்தில் பாதையை தேர்ந்தெடுத்தால் வெற்றி நமது வசமாகும்.
தமிழ்நாட்டு இளைஞர்களை உலகத்திலேயே முதன்மையானவங்களாக ஆக்கணும் என்பதுதான் என்னுடைய தனியாத ஆசை. நான் முதல்வன் போன்ற திட்டங்கள் தான் தலைமுறை தலைமுறைக்கு பயன்படுகிற திட்டங்கள்.
நம் மாணவர்களின் தனித்துவத்தை கண்டறிந்து அவர்கள் உரிய ஆலோசகர்கள் மூலம் வழி நடத்தப்பட்டு தங்கள் திறனை வளர்த்து கொள்ளவும் அதற்கான வேலையை பெற்றுத்தரவும் முனைகிறது நான் முதல்வன். பள்ளிப்படிப்பு முடித்து வரும் இளைய தலைமுறைக்கு பல்வேறு புதிய படிப்புகள் பற்றிய அறிமுகமும் அதை தேர்ந்தெடுப்பதற்கான வழியையும் ஏற்படுத்தி தருகிறது. வினாவாயிருந்த கனாக்களும் நனவாக கல்லூரி கனவு திட்டம் வழங்குகிறது நான் முதல்வன்.
உங்களுக்கு நான் முதல்வன் மூலமாக ஒரு பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் நடந்துச்சு, ஓலா கிகா ஃபேக்ட்ரி. அதில் தான் நான் செலக்ட் ஆனேன். இந்த நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தின் மூலமாக இந்த வேலை வாய்ப்பு கிடைச்சதுனால எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. எங்கள் வீட்டில் இருக்கவங்களையும் நான் பார்த்துக்குவேன், வேலைக்கு போய் சம்பாரித்து அவங்கள நல்லபடியாக பார்த்துப்பேன்னு எனக்கு ஒரு நம்பிக்கை இருக்குது.
கல்வியை பாதியில் நிறுத்தும் சூழலில் உள்ள மாணவர்களுக்கு துணை நின்று அவர்களின் உயர்கல்வியை மீண்டும் தொடங்குவதற்கான நம்பிக்கையை அளித்து அவர்கள் கையில் அணையாத அறிவொளி தருகிறது உயர்வுக்கு பணி திட்டம். மாணவர்களிடையே புதுமை மற்றும் படைப்பாற்றல் திறனை வளர்த்து அவர்களின் புதிய நவீன கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை பாராட்டி தொழில் சார்ந்த பிரச்சனைகளை தீர்க்கும் எதிர்காலத்திற்கு தலைசிறந்த கண்டுபிடிப்பாளர்களை உருவாக்குகிறது நிழல் திருவிழா.
இந்த நிழல் திருவிழாவில் வந்து செவரல் டாபிக்ஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க. இதில் வந்து நான் வந்து அக்ரிடெக்கில் பெஸ்டிசைட்ஸோட யூசேஜை கம்மி பண்ணுற மாதிரியும் லேபர்ஸ்க்கு நடக்கிற ஹசார்ட்ஸை குறைக்கிற மாதிரியும் வந்து ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் செலக்ட் பண்ணி அதை ரெக்டிஃபை பண்ணுற மாதிரி ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அதில் வந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட் தான் வந்து சுகர் கேன் டீட்ரஸ்டர்னு சொல்லிட்டு ப்ராஜெக்ட். இது வந்து என் லைஃப்பில் வந்து ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு அவசியமாக இருக்குது.
இளைய தலைமுறையினரிடம் எல்லையற்ற ஆற்றல் ஒளிந்திருக்கிறது. நான் முதல்வன் ஒவ்வொரு இளைஞனுக்கும் தேடலையும் அறிவையும் திறனையும் வளர்த்துக் கொள்வதற்கான தடமாக செயல்படுகிறது. UPSC போன்ற போட்டித் தேர்வுகளுக்கு தயாராகும் இளைஞர்களுக்கு அவர்கள் தடையின்றி படிக்க அவர்களுக்கு ஊக்கத்தொகையும் போட்டித் தேர்வுகளுக்கான அறிவை வளர்த்துக் கொள்ள தேர்ந்த வல்லுநர்களுடன் பயிற்சியும் வழங்குகிறது நான் முதல்வன்.
ஒரு 1000 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஒரு என்ட்ரன்ஸ் எக்ஸாம் மூலமாக அவங்க செலக்ட் பண்ணி மாதம் 7500 மாதிரி 10 மாதத்துக்கு கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. மெயின்ஸ் போகிற பசங்களுக்கு 25000 ரூபாய் வந்து ஒரு லம்ப் சம் அமௌண்ட்டாகவும் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. ஸோ அது எங்களுக்கு அடிஷ்னலாக ஏதாவது டெஸ்ட் சீரிஸ் போகிறதுக்கோ இந்த மாதிரி யூஸுக்கு வந்து அது நிறையா ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாச்சு.
இன்றைய தொழில் தேவையை அறிந்து அதற்கான பாடத்திட்டங்களை துறை சார்ந்த வல்லுநர்களுடன் கைகோர்த்து உருவாக்கி அதை இணைய கல்வி மற்றும் நேரடி கல்வி வாயிலாக அனைத்து மாணவர்களிடமும் கொண்டு சேர்க்கிறது. கல்லூரி படிப்பு முடித்து வரும் மாணவர்களுக்கு பல வேலைவாய்ப்பு முகாம்களை நடத்தி அவர்களுக்கு தக்க வேலையை பெற்றுத்தர உதவுகிறது நான் முதல்வன்.
உயர்கல்வி படித்தா மட்டும் போதாது, வேலை வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்க வேண்டும். அதுக்கு தேவையான ஸ்கில்ஸ் அந்த கம்பெனிகள் மூலமாகவே நீங்கள் அடைய வேண்டும். அந்த மாணவர்கள் கழிச்சு நம்முடைய இளைஞர்களை பெரிய பெரிய வேலைகளுக்கு தகுதியானவர்களாக உருவாக்குவதும் நம்முடைய அரசுடைய கடமை. அந்த கடமை தான் நான் முதல்வன் திட்டம் செஞ்சு.
நான் முதல்வன் வந்து எங்கள் கேம்பஸ்லேயே வந்து பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் ட்ரைவ் அட்டன் பண்ணியிருந்தேன். அது அந்த பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் ட்ரைவில் வந்து ஒரு 20 கம்பெனிஸ் வந்து இருந்தது. நான் வந்து சூஸ் பண்ணது ஆஃபீஸ் 2000. அதில் வந்து நான் இன்டர்வியூ அட்டன் பண்ணியிருந்தேன். ஐ செலக்டட் ஃபார் ஆஃபீஸ் 2000. இப்போ நான் ஆஃபீஸ் 2000 சொல்யூஷனில் அப்ளிகேஷன் டெவலப்பராக இருக்கேன். ஃப்ளாஸ்க் யூஸ் பண்ணி அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் டெவலப் பண்ணுறோம். ஆல்ரெடி நான் அந்த ஃப்ளாஸ்க் வந்து நான் முதல் மூலமாக படித்ததுனால அது ரொம்ப இப்போ ஈஸியாக இருக்குது. தேங்க்யூ ஃபார் த நான் முதல் மீட்டிங்.
இன்றைய இளைய தலைமுறையின் கனவுக்கும் ஆசைக்கும் வேலிகள் இல்லை. உலகளாவிய அறிவை வளர்த்து கொள்ளவும் அவனது திறமையை கூர்மைப்படுத்தவும் உதவுகிறது ஸ்கவுட் திட்டம்.
ஜூன் 9 எங்களை யூகேக்கு கூட்டிகிட்டு போனாங்க. அங்கே உள்ள இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டோட கம்யூனிகேட் பண்ண இதை நல்லா இருந்துச்சு. அவங்க எப்படி எப்படிலாம் பண்ணுறாங்க, அவங்க எப்படி படிக்கிறாங்க, நம்ம எப்படி படிக்கிறோம், அவங்க வே ஆஃப் டீச்சிங் எப்படி இருக்குது, நம்ம வே ஆஃப் டீச்சிங் இருக்குது. இதெல்லாம் யூகே போனதுனால இதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன்.
அதே போல TN திறன் போட்டியில் பங்கெடுப்பதன் மூலம் மாணவர்கள் அவர்களது திறனையும் அறிவையும் வளர்த்து கொள்ள உதவுகிறது. இது நமது இளைஞர்கள் எதிர்காலத்துக்கான ஏற்ற திறனை பெறவும் அதில் தலைசிறந்து விளங்கவும் வழிவகை செய்கிறது நான் முதல்வன். மாணவர்களின் வழிகாட்டியாக விளங்கும் ஆசிரியர்கள் தங்களது திறன்களை வளர்த்து கொள்ள தொழில்துறையுடன் இணைந்து இன்றைய இளைய தலைமுறைக்கு தேவையான பாடத்தை கற்கவும் கற்பிக்கவும் வழிவகை செய்கிறது ஆசிரிய மேம்பாட்டு திட்டம். நான் முதல்வன் இளைஞர்களை எதிர்காலத்திற்கு ஏற்ப திறன்களில் தலை சிறந்தவர்களாக உருவாக்கி வருகிறது. தலைமைத்துவ பண்பை உண்டாக்கி வெற்றியின் எல்லையை தொடுவதற்கும் அவர்களின் விருப்பமான பணிகளில் சிறந்து விளங்கவும் உதவுகிறது. தொழில்துறையுடன் இணைந்து பொருத்தமான பாடங்கள் மற்றும் திறன்களின் வளர்ச்சி மூலம் தொழில்துறையில் அனைவருக்கும் வாய்ப்புகளை ஏற்படுத்தி தருகிறது நான் முதல்வன்.
We came to hear about Nan Mudalvan program and had the great opportunity to be a part of their placement drive. We had tremendous response and were able to go ahead and get almost close to about 180 students take the test, of which we shortlisted 50 for interview and onboarded 20 of them. They went through an induction program with us for over 2 months. They're already a part of the mainstream O2K team and are already firing on all sides.
அனைவருக்குமான முன்னேற்றமே தமிழ் மண்ணுக்கான முன்னேற்றம். திறன் என்ற சொல் அனைவருக்குமானது. அதில் எந்த ஏற்றத்தாழ்வும் இல்லை. ஒருவரின் திறன் வளர்க்க ஒரு தடையும் இல்லை. ஒவ்வொரு மாணவ மாணவியரும் திறமையை பறைசாற்றவும் அவர்கள் முத்திரையை பதிக்கவும் அவர்கள் உலகத்தை சொந்தமாக்கிக் கொள்ளவும் தோளோடு தோள் நிற்கும் நான் முதல்வன்.
உழைப்பால் ஒளி பிறக்கும். இலக்குகள் நோக்கி நடை நீ போட இருக்குது பாரினி துணை. விடியலை நோக்கி விடை நீ தேட எவர் தடுப்பாரினி உனை. இந்த
Umagine Tn நிறைவு விழாவிற்கு நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் வளாகத்திற்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கிறார்கள். மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு மாண்புமிகு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்ப மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் சிறப்பான வரவேற்பு அளித்து அரசு அதிகாரிகள் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு புத்தகம் வழங்கி சிறப்பு செய்திருக்கிறார்கள். Umagine Tn தகவல் தொழில்நுட்ப உச்சி மாநாட்டை நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் நேற்று தொடங்கி வைத்து சிறப்பித்திருந்தார்கள். நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் நேற்று Umagine Tn கண்காட்சி அரங்கையும் தொடங்கி வைத்து சிறப்பித்தார்கள். கண்காட்சி அரங்குகளையும் ஒவ்வொன்றாக பார்வையிட்டுவிட்டு நேற்று விழா சிறப்புரை ஆற்றி சிறப்பித்தார்கள். முதல் நாள் நிகழ்வு சிறப்பாக முடிந்தது. இன்றைக்கு நிறைவு விழா. நிறைவு விழாவில் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் பங்கேற்று சிறப்பிக்க இருக்கின்றார்கள். விழா மேடைக்கு மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் வருகை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதை மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். ஆலைகள் வைப்போம், கல்வி சாலைகள் வைப்போம் என்ற மகாகவியின் கனவை நனவாக்கி இந்தியாவில் எந்த மாநிலமும் எட்டாத பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியை எட்டியிருக்கிறது நம்முடைய திராவிட மாடல் அரசு. ஏற்றுமதியில் 2 மடங்கு சாதனைகளை தொட்டு காட்டிய அரசு, இந்தியாவின் 2வது பொருளாதார பலம் பெற்ற வளமான அரசு, பெரிய நிறுவனங்கள் தொழில் தொடங்க சாதகமான மாநிலம் தமிழ்நாடு என்கின்ற சரித்திர சாதனையை படைத்த அரசு, தொழில்களை பெருக்கியதில், தொழில் நிறுவனங்களை பெருக்கியதில், நவீன தொழில்நுட்பத்தை வளர்த்தெடுப்பதில், வேலை வாய்ப்புகளை உருவாக்குவதில் இந்தியாவிலேயே முதன்மை மாநிலம் என்ற சாதனையை படைத்திருக்கிறது நம்முடைய திராவிட மாடல் அரசு. நம்முடைய திராவிட மாடல் அரசின் வெற்றி நாயகர் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை விழா மேடைக்கு உங்களுடைய பலத்த கரவொலிக்கு மத்தியில் வருக வருக என பணிவன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம். இந்தியாவில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து மாநிலங்களுக்கும் முன் உதாரணமாக நம்முடைய திராவிட மாடல் அரசு திகழ்ந்து வருகிறது. நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை விழா மேடைக்கு வருக வருக என பணிவன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம். மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் அவர்களையும் சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களையும் விழா மேடைக்கு வருக வருக என அன்புடன் வரவேற்கின்றோம். விழா தொடக்கமாக தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து அனைவரும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். Kindly I request all dignitaries to raise for the தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழும் சீராறும் பதலமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிர்ச்சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனகே தமிழனகே உன் சீரிழமை திறவியன் செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
நன்றி. I would like to invite Thiru Brajendra Navneet IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Information Technology and Digital Services to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable
Deputy Chief Minister, sir, Honorable Minister IT and DS, our colleagues, dignitaries on dais, all the participants. First of all, I would like to welcome on behalf of Government of Tamil Nadu, Information Technology and Digital Services Department to all of you for the valedictory session. After 2 days of eventful functioning, I can say we have covered, sir, a lot of ground in the last 2 days. It includes involving students, it includes involving industries, innovators, investors, everyone. And at the end of it, the work has started. That is what I tell my team, that the work has started in these 2 days, and we will continue the progress and deliver on all the promises made during the Umagine event. The highlight of that was the kind of launch of deep tech startup policy yesterday by Honorable Chief Minister, sir, which is first for any state in the country. And at the same time, we had multiple memorandum of understandings. We had for the citizen services yesterday a launch by our Honorable Minister on WhatsApp governance, where people who are going to E-Sevai Mayam can also sit from home and through WhatsApp, they can demand government services and they will get that delivery. So once again, without taking much time, I welcome all of you for this valedictory session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Parnivel Thiagarajan, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, to present the memento to our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, widely recognized for his youth-focused vision, commitment to sports and excellence, and his role in shaping a progressive, future-ready Tamil Nadu. I request CEO TNEGA to felicitate Mr. Nararajan Malapillai, CEO, IITM Research Park. I request MD ELCOT to felicitate Mr. Devarajan, Vice Chairman, CIITN. Thank you, sir. May I now respectfully invite Dr. Parnivel Thiagarajan, Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Digital Services, to kindly deliver his special address.
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, the distinguished guests, my good friend, the CEO of the IIT Madras Research Park, the CIA Vice Chairman, the Secretary of our department, respected Secretary, the CEO of TNEGA, the CEO of ELCOT, the many distinguished guests, the students, the faculty, the exhibitors, the sponsors, the press. To all of you, good evening, and thank you for being with us as we conclude this 2-day conference, Umagine 2026. As I mentioned yesterday morning, it is of great pride to us in the department that after many decades, we have finally started an annual IT conference in Tamil Nadu, and that we have now been able to run 4 editions in a row. One of the things that sustain is culture, and over the time of running this 4 years, we have built the capacity and the mindset to run such conferences and to ensure that Tamil Nadu stays on the annual tech conference calendar, and every January, Chennai is the place to be. This edition, we have expanded the reach through 61 Umagine DX lectures between Monday and Wednesday in colleges around the state, engaging roughly 20,000 students with lectures from 153 speakers, 90 of whom were alumni of the institutions in which they spoke, and therefore provided inspiration in addition to the insights that they brought. We have had over 100 startups in the stalls in the exhibition, and I must say the exhibition this year saw almost double the crowds of last year, and the organization from our ICT Academy and IT&T were exemplary. Finally, we are going to give away awards and sign some MOUs today, which culminate the initiatives over many different months. Tamil Nadu has always been a powerhouse in the field of information technology, and much like in other fields, it is built on the human capital that we have, which is second to none anywhere in the world. Conferences such as these are intended to support the progression of this human capital with exposure to new ideas, new speakers, new technologies, new frontiers. And this year we had the luxury of a special theme of the age of AI in the artistic industry, which we started with hosting the Game Developers Association's annual conference a few months ago, and we moved into the areas of music and movies. To me, at least, it was fascinating to see how the last frontier of what distinguishes humans from computers, the creative frontier, the uniquely artistic frontier, itself is being eroded and taken over piece by piece by automation and AI. I hope that the many beneficiaries of this attendance will go on to apply the thoughts, the ideas, be inspired, be provoked to rethink a lot of new of their old assumptions. And I trust that all of those who visited will take away some pleasant memories from here. I want to congratulate the entire team that worked together to make this happen on very short notice. As always, for various administrative reasons, we end up getting delayed in the planning and execution. And I consider it a great achievement that we were able to execute this conference to this level of quality in such a short time. I hope that capacity is now institutionalized into the department, into ELCOT, and that future conferences will set this as the baseline and go to ever greater heights. I am personally very grateful to the Deputy Chief Minister for once again taking time out to come here and spend time with us for this valedictory function, and to give away the prizes and to preside over the signing of very important MOUs. In addition to being the Deputy Chief Minister, he is also the Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development, and he has done exemplary work in those fields. And since IT is by nature a young person's game, I think it's very apt that he is the right person to give us his thoughts and encourage us as we close out this conference and look forward to the next year's conference. Thank you very much once again to all of you for attending, to all of those who contributed, and wish you a good evening.
Thank you, sir. தொலைநோக்கு திட்டங்கள் மூலம் தமிழ்நாட்டின் இளைஞர்களை எல்லாம் தகுதியான இளைஞர் சக்தியாக மாற்றுவதில், இளைஞர் நலனை தமிழ்நாட்டின் எதிர்கால நலனாக வளர்த்தெடுப்பதில், தமிழ்நாட்டின் விளையாட்டுத் துறையை உலக அளவில் வியந்து போற்றும் துறையாக வார்த்தெடுப்பதில், இந்தியாவின் நம்பர் 1 மாநிலம் தமிழ்நாடு என்று பெருமை கொள்ள வைப்பதில் சிறப்பாக செயல்பட்டு வரும் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை விழா பேருரையாற்ற வருமாறு பணிவன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம்.
Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Anand Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan avargal, Thiru Brajendranath Navanith, IAS, Principal Secretary to Information Technology and Digital Services, Government of Tamil Nadu, Dr. KP Karthikeyan, IAS, MD of ELCOT, Dr. Albi John Verghese, IAS, CEO of TNEGA, Thiru Nadarajan, CEO of IIT Madras Research Park, Thiru C. Devarajan, Vice Chairman of CII Tamil Nadu, government officials, industrialists, entrepreneurs, and beloved students, press and media. Good evening to everybody present here. அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். I'm happy to participate in the Umagine Tamil Nadu 2026 valedictory function. As Umagine 2026 comes to a close, it is clear that this summit has successfully achieved its main objectives. It has created a meaningful platform where vision translated into dialogue into collaboration, and collaboration into valuable outcomes. Over the last 2 days, Umagine has demonstrated that Tamil Nadu's technology narrative is built not around isolated sectors, but around well-aligned themes rooted in the state's real strengths. தமிழ்நாடு எப்பொழுதுமே அறிவியலையும் தொழில்நுட்பங்களையும் திறந்த கைகளோடு திறந்த மனதோடு வரவேற்கும் மாநிலம். புதிய முயற்சிகளுக்கும் ஆராய்ச்சிகளுக்கும் உறுதுணையாக இருக்கின்ற மாநிலம் நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாடு. Tamil Nadu has always been a front runner in adopting to scientific and technological developments. The Dravidian movement has always stood firmly by science. That is why people of Tamil Nadu have always been forward-thinking in several ways. Our leaders' perception of science and technology is unique when compared to the rest of the country. They saw technology as a tool to make progressive society. For the first time in the country, Dr. Kalaignar launched the state IT policy in Tamil Nadu in the year 1997. Later, he also introduced computer education in the schools in the year 1998. கலைஞர் அவர்கள் அமைத்து கொடுத்த இந்த அடித்தளத்தில் தான் நாம் இன்று அனைத்து வளர்ச்சியும் இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய அரசு கட்டி எழுப்பி வருகின்றது. The leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, Tamil Nadu is leading in the IT sector while also ensuring the benefits of technological development to reach the weaker sections of the society. Earlier, when innovations such as radio and television emerged, they were found only in the homes of wealthy people. People from socially and economically weaker sections had to gather in the homes to listen to the radio or watch the television. This was a situation in many villages around 25 years ago. Dr. Kalaignar transformed this situation by distributing color televisions to every household. Similarly, the benefits of technological innovations should not be confined to wealthy people or urban area alone. Technology should reach common people and every village as well. With this vision, our Honorable Chief Minister now has started distributing 10 lakh laptops to the college students. Tamil Nadu is already rich in human resources, and today most youngsters are equipped with laptops. This creates a highly favorable environment for the stakeholders of Umagine Tamil Nadu. I am proud to note that Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu has taken major steps in digital sports and development. We have launched the Athlete Management System, AMS, a first of its kind initiative in the country to provide athletic-centric, data-driven training. With AMS, we are monitoring the training, health, performance, and injury prevention of our athletes. It has now been implemented across 41 sports hostels in the state, benefiting over 5,500 athletes in the state. Tamil Nadu has also emerged as a leader in esports. Esports was introduced in the CM Trophy as a demo game last year. After seeing the reception later, it was upgraded as a full competition this year, with over 6,000 plus participants from across the state in the first edition, which was a grand success. Tamil Nadu's data center policy, reliable power supply, and robust fiber connectivity have positioned the state as a preferred destination for digital infrastructure. Umagine sessions on digital public infrastructure and next generation e-governance highlighted Tamil Nadu's proven ability to design and deliver large-scale digital systems. These platforms stood out as national benchmarks, demonstrating how technology can enhance service delivery and institutional capacity. Participation by startups from small cities and towns across the state indicates that the innovation ecosystem of Tamil Nadu is inclusive and globally connected as well. The MOUs signed, the partnerships announced, and the dialogues initiated during this Imagine conclave underline the event's role as a catalyst for further development. First, Imagine, announced in the year 2021, was conceived as a platform where technology, policy, innovation, and public purpose could converge. Since then, it has grown steadily into one of India's most credible technology summits, reflecting Tamil Nadu's journey from capability building to global leadership. The success of this event reflects the strength of the ecosystem we have built and the momentum we carry forward onwards. I hope this Imagine conclave will significantly contribute to Tamil Nadu's journey towards becoming a $1 trillion economy. I would like to acknowledge the sustained efforts of our Honorable Minister, Dr. Anand Painivel Tyagarajan, in shaping Imagine into a credible and impactful global platform. I thank all the participants here, partners, and the contributors who made Imagine Tamil Nadu 2026 a meaningful success. And I wish everyone a very happy Pongal. Thank you. Nandri. Vanakkam.
விழா பேருரையாற்றி சிறப்பித்த மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to an important milestone of today's program, the exchange of MOUs. These MOUs mark a strong commitment towards collaboration, innovation, and long-term partnership, bringing together shared vision, expertise, and resources to drive technological advancement, economic growth, and public value creation. I would like to invite Mr. K.P. Karthikeyan, MD ELCOT, to come forward to extend the MOU in the presence of our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. First, I would like to invite the representative of Backstage Pass Institute of Gaming and Technology, invest 25 crores creating 300 employment. Please welcome, sir. I would like to call upon the representative of NAC Studios Media Private Limited, invest 8 crores and creating 250 jobs. Please welcome onto the stage, sir. I would like to call upon the representative of Islet Technology Private Limited, invest 50 crores and creating 200 jobs. We invite the representative of Chennai Game Studio Private Limited, invest 5 crores and creating 70 jobs. Please welcome, sir. The exchange of MOUs is happening in presence of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Next, we would like to call upon the representative of B-Box Studios Private Limited, invest 7.5 crores and creating many jobs. I would like to call upon the representative of Visual Effects Game Animation Society, will create 5,000 job opportunities. Please welcome, sir. மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களின் முன்னிலையில் எல்காட் நிறுவனத்திற்கும் மற்றும் பல்வேறு நிறுவனங்களுக்கும் இடையிலான புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தம் பரிமாறிக்கொள்ளப்படுகிறது. I would like to invite the representative of Avete Madras C. Samangya Technologies for indigenous quantum solutions. Please welcome, sir. I would like to call upon the representative of Splendflow India Private Limited, investing 50 crores and creating 240 jobs. And next, we are moving forward to Blue Ocean Awards hosted by Startup TN. I would like to call upon Mr. Albin and Mr. George, international partners, founder of Blue Ocean Strategy from France. So first, I would like to call upon founder Madan Kumar, Orbix Global and Category Baby. So the Orbix Global Startup won Blue Ocean Award in the category of Baby. The Blue Ocean Strategy Awards institute to recognize startups that create new market spaces through value innovation. Startup TN hosts the Blue Ocean Strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big applause. And next, I would like to call upon Ms. Shobana Udayakumar, founder, Innogal, onto the stage to receive the Blue Ocean Awards in the Mentor category. We thank Mr. Albin and Mr. George for joining us. Thank you, sir. And next, we are going for Startup Data Voucher Scheme. I would like to call upon Mr. Ganapati Shankar, Tensor Hub Technologies Private Limited, onto the stage to receive the voucher. So, Startup Data Voucher Scheme to support IT startups with high server and hosting cost. The Tamil Nadu Startup Data Server Services Scheme was announced in 2025-2026 budget, offering data center service vouchers up to 5 lakh per eligible startup. I would like to call upon Mr. Ishwar, Twesta Manufacturing Solution Private Limited, to receive the Startup Data Voucher. Next, we invite Mr. Srikanth Meenakshi, Prime Investor Financial Research Private Limited, onto the stage to receive the Startup Data Voucher. I would like to call upon Mr. Venkatesh, Boxfile Web Services Private Limited, onto the stage to receive the Startup Data Voucher. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Vivek, Bipolar Factory Private Limited, to receive the Startup Data Voucher. அடுத்ததாக தமிழ் இணைய கல்விக் கழகம் அயலகத்தில் தன்னார்வ அடிப்படையில் தமிழ் கற்பிப்பவர்களுக்கு ஆசிரியர் பட்டய சான்றிதழ் வழங்கப்படுகிறது. பத்மநாபன் அவர்களை அன்புடன் மேடைக்கு அழைக்கின்றோம். கொரிய தமிழ்ச்சங்கத்தை சேர்ந்த பத்மநாபன் மற்றும் கொரிய தமிழ்ச்சங்க நிர்வாகிகள் சுசித்ரா, சுவாமிநாதன், கீதா பிரீதா, பொன் கவிதா அவர்களை அன்புடன் மேடைக்கு அழைக்கின்றோம். இவர்கள் அனைவரும் தமிழ் இணைய கல்விக் கழகம் அயலகத்தில் தன்னார்வ அடிப்படையில் தமிழ் கற்பிப்பவர்களுக்கு ஆசிரியர் பட்டய சான்றிதழ் பெறுகிறார்கள். மேலும் இதில் இணைய தமிழ் இணைய கல்விக் கழக இயக்குனர் அவர்களையும் தமிழ்நாடு ஆசிரியர் பல்கலைக்கழக பேராசிரியர் விஜயா அவர்களையும் அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். இயக்குனர் கோமகன் அவர்களையும் அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். Issuing Diploma in Tamil Teaching Certificates to Diaspora Volunteers by Tamil Nadu Virtual Academy. அடுத்ததாக இலங்கை உயர்கல்வி மையத்தைச் சேர்ந்த நாராயணன் ரிஷந்தன் அவர்களை அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். அவர்களோடு இணைந்து செல்வராஜா சிவகாலன் மற்றும் லிங்கராஜா அவர்களையும் அன்புடன் அழைக்கின்றோம். அடுத்ததாக இலங்கை உயர்கல்வி மையத்தைச் சேர்ந்த நாராயணன் ரிஷந்தன் அவர்களை அன்போடு மேடைக்கு அழைக்கின்றோம். தமிழ் இணைய கல்விக் கழகம் அயலகத்தில் தன்னார்வ அடிப்படையில் தமிழ் கற்பிப்பவர்களுக்கு ஆசிரியர் பட்டய சான்றிதழை வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கிறார்கள் நம் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள். இலங்கை உயர்கல்வி மையத்தைச் சேர்ந்த நாராயணன் ரிஷந்தன் அவர்களுக்கு பட்டய சான்றிதழ் வழங்கப்படுகிறது. அவரோடு இணைந்து செல்வராஜா சிவகாலன் அவர்களுக்கும் பட்டய சான்றிதழ் வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்படுகிறது. தொடர்ந்து இலங்கையைச் சேர்ந்த லிங்கராஜா அவர்களுக்கும் பட்டய சான்றிதழ் வழங்கி சிறப்பிக்கப்படுகிறது. And next, we are going to present awards to winners of Startup Grand Challenge. We would like to invite the winners, Zenna Jewelry Private Limited, Mr. Harjit Sendil onto the stage. Please welcome, sir. So now presenting 4 high potential startups for the innovative ideas and implementation by our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. So the winner is Harjit Sandil from Zenna Jewelry Private Limited. And next I would like to call upon Mr. Anish Matthew Sajeev from Susan Future Technologies Private Limited as a winner of Startup Grand Challenge. Our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu is presenting the awards to winners of Startup Grand Challenge. I would like to call upon Mr. Gautam Srinath from Innovators Labs Private Limited onto the stage to receive the awards of Startup Grand Challenge. Next, I invite Thiru Bernard Shah Diraviyam from Cogno Valley Labs Private Limited onto the stage to receive the awards of Startup Grand Challenge. And now we are moving forward to exchange of MOUs of ICT Academy. I would like to call upon Mr. Srikanth, Chief Executive Officer, ICT Academy onto the stage. Please welcome, sir. So the first MOU, tri-party MOU with River Venture Studio and Dubai World Trade Center. The exchange of MOU, tri-party MOU with River Venture Studio and Dubai World Trade Center. And next, MOU with Crystal Delta, Australia. I would like to call upon the representative of Crystal Delta, Australia. And next, at the exchange of MOUs, LOA, IT&T, I would like to invite Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO, IT&T Hub, MOU. So the first MOU is going to exchange by Dubai World Trade Center, Dubai. I would like to call upon the representative of Dubai World Trade Center, Dubai. And next, I would like to call upon the representative of IITM C. Mangya Technologies Foundation onto the stage to exchange the MOU. And next, I would like to call upon the representative of IITM DM Kanjipuram onto the stage to exchange the MOU. And next, I would like to call upon the representative of ZQ Germany onto the stage to exchange the MOU. Please welcome, sir. And next, the expansion of foundation network, I invite all investor partners onto the stage to exchange the MOU. Please welcome, sir. I welcome all the investors to exchange the MOU for expansion of foundation network. We thank all the partners. I would like to call upon Mr. K.P. Karthikeyan, MD Elcott, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Umagine 2026 நிறைவு விழாவிற்கு வருகை தந்து சிறப்பு செய்திருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும், மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு தகவல் தொழில்நுட்பம் மற்றும் டிஜிட்டல் சேவைகள் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் மற்றும் விருந்தினர்கள், பார்வையாளர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கம். At the outset, I thank our Honorable Chief Minister for gracing Umagine 2026, the inaugural ceremony, and releasing the deep tech policy and giving a mission statement for IT department to follow in the coming years. I also thank the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for gracing this occasion and giving the achievements of IT department and the way forward to be done in the subsequent years. I sincerely thank the Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Services for his continuous guidance in spite of the delivery which he has been guiding us in the delivery of 10 lakh laptops on one side and curating every single session from quantum technology to creative arts, end to end, guiding us in successful conduct of the event. I also thank our Principal Secretary, IT and Digital Services, Thiru Brajendra Navneet IAS, for his continuous support, guidance, and given to the entire team of the organizers. I thank my colleagues, Dr. Albi John Varghese and team, for coordinating the sessions, Thiru Ramana Saraswati Madam for coordinating the expo, Tirumati Deepana Vishweshwari and team for coordinating the startup hackathon, IT&T Academy, Mrs. Vanitha Venugopal and team for all the initiatives in the IT&T Pavilion and startup initiatives. I thank the Startup Grand Challenge team, ICT Academy team, TAC TV and Tanfinet teams. I also thank our event partner CII for their excellent support, the session partners NASCOM and Game Developer Association of India for their August support. I also thank all our partners, STPI, CDAC, and all the sponsors, all the education institutions, all the students, the delegates, the participants, and press, media, the police department, the fire department, all the team of Chennai Trade Center, and everyone who has extended their heartfelt support and to the event. I thank you one and all. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. விழா நிறைவாக நாட்டுப்பண் அனைவரும் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றோம். Kindly I request all dignitaries to raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अतिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल झलति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय